morning to all. Myself, Dr. Sangeeta Solanki, Faculty of Center for Teacher Education of IPEM Group of Institutions, welcome our dignified eminent speakers, academicians, research scholars, and attendees at International Conference on Teacher Education Generation Making. The conference is being organized under the auspices of the Center for Teacher Education, which is a unit of professional excellence and management and which is an ISO 2015 certified and NAAC accredited institution. We are organizing this conference in collaboration with GAD-TLC, which is Guru Angad Dev Teaching Learning Center, Ministry of Education, Government of India. I express my deep gratitude to all of you for joining the event. Thank you all. Now, let me tell you about the conference. Today, to this international conference, we will try to put a lens on the issues, challenges, future perspectives, and opportunities related to teacher education in global context. The conference will aim at integrating principles and innovative pedagogical practices with a special reference to teaching, learning, and assessment. The conference will also encourage changes in future knowledge, values, and attitudes with a vision of equity, equality, and accessibility to education. The conference is providing a privileged forum to the educationals, teacher educators, research scholars, and the teachers to discuss on emerging issues related to next generation teacher education in order to encourage continuity, consistency, and innovations in education. The tracks and sub-themes of the conference are educational policies, ICT in teacher education, pedagogical innovation, assessment in higher education, and management. So, without wasting much of your time, I will take the opportunity to familiarize you all with the galaxy of the internet as the guest speaker today. We are honored to have among us the chief guest of today's event, Professor V. Prakash Sharma, former chairman, UGC, University Grant Commission, Ministry of Education, Government of India. As an international speaker, we are privileged to have Professor Mirza Davidovich, who is Head Quality Assistant and Academic Instruction at University Israel. As a keynote speaker, we have Dr. Hannah, Department of Germanic Philosophy and Method of Teaching Foreign Language, South Ukrainian National University, Ukraine. As a keynote speaker, we have Dr. Aras Boskar, who is the Associate Professor of Distance Education, Anadolu University, Turkey. We are fortunate that we have the conference in collaboration with GAD-TLC. As a guest of eminence, we have Professor Dr. A.K. Bakshi, who is the founder, Vice Chairman, PDM University, District Bahadurgarh, District Haryana, India. As a distinguished speaker, we have Dr. Vimal Raj, who is the Project Head and Joint Director, Angad Dev Teaching Learning Center, Ministry of Education, Government of India. For the valedictory address and the technical session, we have Professor Gopal Krishna Thakur, who is the Professor and Head Department of Education and Head Department of Psychology, Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya, which is a central university located at Wardha, Maharashtra, India. We are delighted to inform you that almost 70 national and international authors from different disciplines have submitted their thought-provoking papers for the conference, and we have shortlisted 32 papers for the presentation during the technical session. We may increase the presenters as per the time allows. I would like to thank all the contributors for their valuable contribution. So, proceeding towards the next segment is the welcome address by Colonel A.S. Malhotra, who is the Director General of IPEM Group of Institutions. But due to some unavoidable circumstances, our Director General is not able to attend this meeting. On his behalf, I would request our principal, Dr. Nishi Sharma, to deliver his welcome speech and give some relevant information about the book. Dr. Nishi Sharma, I would request Dr. Nishi Sharma to please come on the dais.
On behalf of our patron, Mr. Anupam Goenji, Advisor and Dean, Professor Sugandha Goyal, the management, the faculty, staff and students of IPM Group of Institutions welcome you all who have joined us on Zoom or YouTube and wish you a very good morning or appropriate greetings as per the time zone in the area from where you are participating in this conference. Teacher education, generation next, perspectives, opportunities, and challenges. In collaboration with GAD-TLC today, we are indeed privileged to welcome our national and international speakers, Professor Ved Prakash Sharma, former Chairman, University Grant Commission as a Chief Guest, Professor Nidza, Head Quality Assistant and Academic Instructions from Ariel University as a Guest of Honor, Professor A.K. Bakshi, Founder Vice Chancellor, TDM University as eminent speaker, Mrs. Vimal Rao, Project Head and Joint Director, GAD-TLC as distinguished speaker, Dr. Aras, Associate Professor of Distance Education from Turkey as a keynote speaker, Dr. Hana, Assistant Professor in Department of Generic Philosophy, Ukraine as keynote speaker, and most importantly, the paper presenters who have submitted their research paper or sharing the same at this international e-conference. We are greatly appreciate their efforts. We are happy to state that there has been overwhelming response from the academician research scholars both from India and abroad. So I request all the participants to please remain connected through Zoom or YouTube as the case may be throughout the proceedings for this conference. Now, let me say a few words about the IPM group of institution which is hosting this international e-conference. The institute is located at Ghaziabad, adjacent to New Delhi, the capital of India. The institute was established by late Professor B.S. Goyal, over 55 years of teaching and research experience in 1996, and now we are in our silver jubilee, that is 25 years of existence. The institute is ISO 9001 2015 certified, NAAC accredited and research center of the university. The institute conducts professional UG and PG courses in the areas of management, information technology, education, and law, all with the approval of confined professional bodies and affiliation to the universities. IPM is known for its student-centric approach in teaching and discipline and has had a very good result and placements and has thus been ranked among top few institutes in the NCR. Finally, I would like to welcome you all and convey my best wishes to honorable international and national speakers, paper presenters, attendees from across the world, and also to the co-conveners of the conference, Dr. Sangeeta Solanki, Ms. Viditi Rathogi, and Dr. Anjali Raj, and all those who work behind the scene for the success of this international e-conference. Now, I would glad to share the cover page of the book, which will have the proceedings of this international conference. The book will include the papers of all the participants who are shortlisted by the review committee. This book will have an ISBN number received from RNI India. All the papers are divided into three platforms. First, the International Journal. Second one is the UGC Care Journal, and the third is the IPM Journal. We have received the consent from the research scholars from the above options. And so, let us together make this event successful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. So it's a time for the address by our guest speakers. As a guest of honor, we are privileged to have Professor Mirza Davidovich, who is the head quality assistant and academic instruction in Ariel University, Israel. Professor David is one of the founder of Ariel University and the driving force in its recognition as the eighth research university in Israel. In 1980s, she began her work as a lecturer and a director of the Teacher Training Qualification Enhancement Program in the Foreign Studies Unit. Then she headed the college pre-academic preparatory course. Thereafter, from 1994 to 1999, she served as the academic division manager, academic secretary. From 2000 onwards, she has the field of quality assessment and teaching. She has a relevant expertise in the research related to the higher education, academic instruction, and performance research. The research, under the supervision of Professor David, deals with academic curriculum development, development of academic instruction, Holocaust awareness, and Jewish identity, student exchange programs with Germany and Poland, preservation of the heritage of Jewish texts, as well as the moral education. Among her activities are developing academic curricula, deepening Holocaust awareness and Jewish identity, preservation of heritage Jewish texts, fostering Israeli heritage and value education. So it's my privilege to invite Professor Mirza to share her expertise with all of us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can you give me to be a co-host?
Yeah, ma'am, sure. I
Okay.
will request the technical team to make Dr. Professor Mirza as a co-host.
Okay. Thank you very much for your warm invitation. It is my honor, our honor, me and my colleague to be with you in this conference, very important conference. And I want to thank all the organizers. You do and did a great job. So the name of the conference is The Perspective, and we have a perspective after 1 year in this crisis, and maybe we will think together about our opportunities and challenges today at this time. So I think 5 years ago, it was a conference in Ariel University, and the name of the conference was A Virtual Higher Education Campus in a Global World. It was 5 years before. And we asked about the role of the academia in this global world, the role of the academic campus in an era of the technological progress. And today it's relevant than any time. I want to talk about online learning during the COVID pandemic. After one intensive year, I think that we did and we do a lot of research about this topic, and maybe we want to know something about it, about the past, but it's very important to know the future. So this study focuses on the COVID pandemic effect on learning and teaching in Israel's higher education institutions. The academia in Israel, as around the world, adapted online teaching in one fell swoop. With little pre-planning, faculty and students were required to change their teaching and learning platforms, and learning spaces shifted from the campus to the student's home. Designing the online teaching and learning experience became a challenge. How to transform remote to near, and how to transform this forced event to an opportunity that invites a significant learning experience. So, okay. This study is a quantitative study based on a feedback survey conducted among 2015 students and 223 faculty in academic universities and colleges in Israel. The aim of this study are to examine what do faculty and students think about the advantages and shortcomings of online teaching and learning after their experience forced upon them by the COVID pandemic. Do the views of students and faculty differ? And if so, how and what extent can be case of teaching and learning during the COVID pandemic predict future trends in teaching and learning in academic institutions in Israel as in the world? The findings of the study indicate that faculty and students hold similar views of online teaching and learning during the COVID pandemic. The most significant advantage of online teaching, according to both faculty and students, is the added flexibility for students in terms of their attendance, participation, attire, and other elements. The question, however, arises as to whether the issue is greater flexibility or reduced commitment. The most significant shortcoming that faculty and students reported is the absence of meeting with classmates. They need the friends. The learning experience typically encompasses social dimensions and interpersonal connections which are absent in online distant learning. Now we in the Zoom, but we feel the people, and this is the main point. This dimension of the experience is highly anticipated by students and constitutes a motivating factor that drives their learning. The opportunity and task of transforming a physical on-campus learning community into a virtual learning community depend on faculty efforts. After that, we continue in our research and we focus about our university. And in Ariel University, we want to ask how effective is this method, the Zoom, and what insight have we gained about its future implementation. A recent study about Ariel University conducted here explored students' views on the benefits and shortcomings of online teaching and learning. You can see the universities. This is the building when I'm here today. Study, just a minute here. So the study population, 1,100 students. You can see male and the undergraduate students, and you see the findings. 67.7% classified themselves as belonging to moderate socioeconomic status, but almost all respondents stated that they have resources and tools necessary for online learning. And this point is very, very important. You can see here that respondents noted their agreement with a set of statements related to online teaching and learning. And what they say, Only 17% of respondents strongly agreed with the statement that online teaching method improve learning ability. Only 13% strongly agreed with the statement that this method, the Zoom, allows students to better express themselves during lectures. Only 15% strongly agreed with the statement that online teaching allows students to maintain their concentration during lectures. And only 19% strongly agreed with the statement that in this method, the Zoom, it is easier to see the lecturer. So, what we know about it? The findings show that students identified the three prominent benefits of the online teaching method. Convenience, students can wear whether they wish. They talk about an option to record lectures. It's very important. Students stated that this is the main reason for the effectiveness of this teaching method, and they can see the lecture when they want. And they talk about no attendance requirement. So, okay. No, not here. Okay. Students identified the following shortcoming of the online teaching method. Students' inability to see their friends on campus. This teaching method reduce their motivation to study because they want to see the friends. It's very important for their learning. The findings of this survey are compatible with previous surveys conducted at Tel Aviv University and on behalf of the National Union of Israeli Students. All three surveys show that it is evident that students believe that online teaching method has both benefits and considerable disadvantages and limitation. These studies, all the studies, shed light on the in-depth debate in which policymakers in the field of higher education must engage regarding the academic campus new effective purpose in the post-COVID era, including the distinction between the virtual and non-virtual aspects of academic teaching. I can say that today we are talking about economics of time. Just a minute. Here. We are talking about economics of time. We want our students to be with us at the same time, but they are not. All the research findings show that it is necessary for policy makers in higher education and academic institutions to hold a discussion of study time at the campus, the distinction between virtual and actual in the stages of learning by type of course, year of studies, student characteristics, faculties, and challenges and ways of coping with the new circumstances where time is in high demand. Why it is important? We need a conceptual change in students' responsibility for learning and a change in instructors' responsibility to orient teaching designing to guide independent, investigative learners who are responsible for their own learning. From the theory to practice, we can suggest some pedagogical improvements to pay attention for the teacher's position and distance, to ask the students about their feelings, to connect with the Moodle, to give place and room for students' contribution, and a lot of other things. Social and technological change. The future academic study experience will differ from that familiar to us, from the traditional university, and therefore we must plan and prepare in order to maintain a competitive edge in a growing market. In our university, I lead this process, and it's a great process to be with the head of the departments. Technology, we have to remember that technology doesn't change learning. In a critical article entitled Media, just a minute. Okay. In a critical article entitled Media Will Never Influence Learning, Clark, it was in 1994, he writes, the factor that affects learning is not the technology, rather the teaching method. Technology is only the means. I think that we have to remember it. New technologies lead changes, and it will be more and more tools. Informed use of technologies will help academic institutions retain their competitive edge as leading universities with a personal approach. And I want to invite my friends here. If you want to be part of research about it, it will be our honor. We are very, very open. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. That was a wonderful experience that you shared with us. And I know that we have the benefits, but parallelly we have the shortcomings of online teaching and learning. And yes, we should not forget that new technology leads to the changes, but a teacher must utilize the best teaching methods to make the teaching learning more effective. So, proceeding towards the next section of the program, we are blessed to have the presence of our chief guest, Professor Ved Prakash, who is the former chairman of the University Grant Commission, Ministry of Education. Professor Ved Prakash has held eminent positions in a number of premier national and international organizations dealing with education in general and higher education in particular. Prior to assuming the charge of the office of the chairman, UGC, Professor Ved Prakash served as Vice Chairman, UGC, Vice Chancellor, National University of Education Planning and Administration, which is UPA, in New Delhi, and Secretary, UGC. In addition, Professor Ved Prakash has also served as advisor, Tamil Commission, Government of India, as Professor in the Department of Education Measurement and Evaluation, NCERT, New Delhi, as Associate Professor, Institute of Family Personal Selection, Bombay, and as Joint Director, Staff Selection Commission, Government of India, New Delhi. He is a recipient of U.S. Fulbright Postdoctoral Fellowship Award. Professor Ved Prakash also served as visiting faculty as a Humanities Research Group, University of Windsor, Canada, and a guest faculty at the Harvard Institute of International Development, Harvard University staff. He has also worked as a consultant for the World Bank. Professor Ved Prakash has represented the Government of India in a number of high-powered delegations to collaboration with other countries in the field of higher education and research. Besides, he has participated in a number of several national and international conferences and has authored a number of books, articles, and research papers on a wide spectrum of areas concerning higher education, education planning and administration, and personal selection. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation and being there in the reviews. We are fortunate that we have got the chance to hear your words. I request Professor Ved Prakash to please share his valuable remarks here.
Is it my turn now?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Sir, now. Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Supriya. Thank you very much, Dr. Nishi Sharma, for giving me this opportunity. Sorry. Oh my God. For giving me this opportunity to be with our foreign friends who have joined this international conference on opportunities and challenges in teacher education, which is a very significant subject and extremely important for each and every country. I would like to reflect what all we have done in the past over 7 decades insofar as teacher education is concerned, and what is the way forward now. So that is going to be the focus of my address. But before we do that, we need to know a little background of the subject first. It is a known fact that we did not have a very well established system of teacher preparation at the time of independence. And realizing this, the first education minister had said that there was a need to establish an institute of education to deal with teacher preparation in the country. It was out of that commitment that the Central Institute of Education, which is one of the most premier institutions in teacher education, was born out of that commitment. Subsequently, when we set up the first commission in 1949 under the chairmanship of Dr. Radhakrishnan, the commission included a separate chapter on professional education, wherein it underlined the significance of teacher preparation for school education. And now we have brought out the third national education policy, where we have made a couple of recommendations. I will like to reflect only a couple of them, not all of them. Like one of the significant recommendations that we have made and for which we'll have to find the way forward is that we will have national professional standards for teachers, and that we have to develop those national professional standards for teachers within 2022. So very little time is available with us. Another one is that the entire teacher education will be moved to multidisciplinary colleges and multidisciplinary universities by 2030. I mean, we have realized that teacher preparation is such an important subject that it has to be located on the campuses of the multidisciplinary institutions. And another important recommendation is that by 2030, we'll have 4-year integrated B.Ed program, and that is going to be the minimum qualification for a school teacher. It also mentions that we will continue with a 2-year B.Ed program. We will also continue with 1-year program. But all the teacher preparation programs will be shifted to multidisciplinary institutions. The recommendation that teacher education from preschool onwards to be moved to the multidisciplinary environment of the university is indeed a laudable goal, and that must be achieved, and for which we need to make concerted efforts. In fact, this recommendation is the pivot on which depends the entire success of the National Education Policy 2020, particularly the school education, at least as it lays the foundational edifice for everything, including higher education. And I'm sorry to share this with you that teacher education, though, is the most important area, but it has remained the weakest one. Now, what are going to be the implications of the recommendations that we have made in the policy? Now, transforming single faculty institutions, which we have a large number in our country, into multi-faculty institutions is a good idea. But let us not forget that this is what was recommended by the Justice Verma Commission in 2012. And despite the directions of the Supreme Court, nothing has happened on the ground in the last 9 years. Availability of subject-specific trained faculty is going to be a huge challenge unless we come up with a properly designed 4-year integrated teacher education program. The another implication about which we need to think is that offering a 4-year integrated program for teacher preparation, 2-year program, 1-year teacher education program on the same campus is going to act as a deterrent for the institutionalization of the 4-year integrated program, which we have made, which we are going to make the minimum qualification for school teaching. The idea of this was given by the Kothari Commission long back in 1966. But Kothari Commission had made one point in the report, which I think we need to understand and appreciate, and that was the commission had said that teacher education cannot improve because it suffers from isolation of three kinds: isolation within itself, isolation from school education, and isolation from higher education. And the commission had further mentioned that this is not an experiment to be attempted in a stand-alone institution, and that it is a fit system to be undertaken in the university system. Now, it is evident from the approach to teacher education that policy has reiterated the earlier recommendations made by different commissions and committees, which signifies the criticality of teacher education in the entire edifice of education. The idea of the 4-year integrated program of teacher education is not a new idea actually. It was recommended by Mudaliar Commission. Second time it was reiterated by Kothari Commission. And in fact, third time it was reiterated by Justice Verma Commission in 2012. But in spite of many committees and teacher education frameworks endorsing the model, it needs to be understood why this 4-year innovative model did not move further from the 4 regional institutes of education, even after a long period of 56 or 57 years. The 4-year integrated program of RIs has also passed through many bumps. This is not the time to talk about the recommendations or reflections made by B.D. Nag Chaudhary or Madhuri Benshaw committee report. But in spite of many committees and teacher education frameworks endorsing this model, today we need to understand why this 4-year innovative model did not move further from the 4 regional institutes of education till now. The policy seems to have reiterated it without looking into the reasons for its further spread. And there are a plethora of issues actually which have never been deliberated upon. So it will be relevant for implementers of the policy to pay due attention to them. It should not remain merely stapling of 2 degrees and not a professional programs integrating content and pedagogy on the foundation of social, psychological, and philosophical education. Even the present regulatory body, the National Council for Teacher Education, which has provided a framework and its norms, appears to be antithetical, actually, to say the least, to academic requirements of the 4-year program. I would like to mention here one experience of 2015 when the UGC had organized a conference of the vice chancellors. More than 250 vice chancellors had attended that conference, and the idea was to persuade them to embrace this model and allowing the movement of the entire teacher preparation programs to the multidisciplinary environment of the universities. But there were serious apprehensions expressed by the vice chancellors about the proposition that in a multidisciplinary institution, the existing departments of main disciplines like physics and chemistry and geography and history will work with the Department of Education and produce the integrated teacher training program. It would happen only when all the universities strengthen existing school subject related departments in cognate disciplines for curriculum and pedagogy of the integrated program, And for that, taking the university system on board will have to be the priority towards implementation of this significant recommendation. I think now the time has come when we need to translate this recommendation into reality, because endorsement and reiteration should not become a trend in itself in policy formulation. Now the question is, what is the way forward? I'll take only 3 or 4 minutes more. We need to organize massive faculty development programs with a special focus on how to develop quality e-courseware and effectively use digital learning platforms, how to harness technology for development of cognitive, affective, and psychomotor domains, and how to integrate values based on both universal perception and constitutional imperatives across different domains of knowledge. Values and ethics are intertwined, but they are distinctly different. Values have been central have always been central, in fact, to education, but now they need to move from implicit aspirations to explicit goals. And we need to remember one thing now, that the technology will now remain an integral part of future teaching and learning. So the challenge before us is to use technology for making learning more interesting, inspiring, competitive, global, besides relating it to social and physical realities of our institutions. And it is precisely for this reason that there is an urgent need for curricular and pedagogical reforms at all stages of education. I was listening to the earlier presentation, which was a case study wherein it has been emphatically talked that about its significance and the use and the revisiting of the existing curricular provisions with a view to identifying what contents of our program could be delivered through online mode, and what could be delivered in a hybrid mode, and what could be delivered in face-to-face mode. So we need to do that, which we have not done. There has to be a curricular shift from routine cognitive development to higher order critical thinking, problem solving, and entrepreneurial abilities. And in order to avoid duplication of efforts, there is a need to collaborate and institutionalize best practices from across the countries for designing curriculum, e-courseware, pedagogical processes, assessment techniques, and digital platforms. And if it is done, only then we would be able to churn the competent workforce which is needed by the modern world. I would like to stop at this stage, but before that, I would like to congratulate the principal of the IPEM and the management for organizing this important webinar, wherein we are going to listen to the international speakers, and I hope that we would be immensely benefited out of their experiences. We would also like to share our experiences with them. And in this two-way process, there is going to be a great learning for each one of us who are engaged in the sector of teacher preparation. So with this, thank you very much. And over to you, Supriya Sharma.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable words and how you have highlighted the recommendation of National Education Policy recently released by Ministry of Education India and Indian government. And yes, you are right that we have to use the digital platforms along with the change in the pedagogical system to bring the change in different domains of learning, like cognitive, affective, and psychomotor domains. So, teacher education system is significantly going to be improved if it is introduced in the multidisciplinary school. Thank you, sir. So, as an eminent speaker from GAD-TLC also, and as the eminent speaker for this today's event, we are having the address of Professor A.K. Bakshi, who is the founder vice chancellor of PDM University, Bahadurgarh, Haryana. Professor Bakshi is also the chairman of Center for E-Learning as well as chairman of Guru Teaching Learning Center, which is the center of Ministry of Education, India, University of Delhi. Professor Bakshi is presently very actively engaged at the national level in the development of e-content and MOOCs under Digital India Initiative of Government of India. Sir has also served as the Executive Director of Territory Education Commission. Prior to joining Territory Education Commission, he has been the Vice Chancellor of UP Rashtriya Tandon Open University, Allahabad. Professor Bakshi has held prestigious position Sir Shankar Lal Chair of Chemistry in the University of Delhi for more than 2 decades and was also the head of the Department of Chemistry, University of Delhi. Professor Bakshi is also the chairman of the National Resource Center of Chemistry of Ministry of HRD, chairman of National Science Digital Library, which is a project in chemistry of CRSIR. Professor Bakshi has also been a member of Standing Committee of the National Mission on Education through ICT. He was also the chairman of the Content Advisory Board Committee for Chemistry for Structure Portal of Government of India. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation. So it is my request to Professor Bakshi to please address the gathering.
Good morning, everybody. It's indeed a great pleasure and a privilege to have got this opportunity to address such an august gathering where a galaxy of international speakers are present. And I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Let me share my screen first. We had today two very thought-provoking lectures by Professor Nitza and Professor Ved Prakash. I shall be sharing some of my thoughts on this title of my talk, which is Empowering Generation Next Teachers for 21st Century Challenges. You know why I am focusing on teachers? Because we have to keep one thing in mind, that the quality of an educational system cannot exceed the quality of its teachers. So we have to enhance the quality of the teachers if we want to improve the quality of education. And once we have empowered teachers, they will in turn empower their students. You know, if you look at the role of a teacher in higher educational institution, it's primarily threefold: dissemination of knowledge, that is teaching, then creation of knowledge, that is research, and then also academic administration and management. If you want to be an outstanding teacher or a researcher, you need to have very sound and deep knowledge in your discipline. You should have clarity of concepts, and you should have done a lot of thinking on the subject. And also the passion, that is very important. And if you want to excel as a researcher, you need to be an out-of-box thinker, innovative and creative. And then 4 C's, which is curiosity, creativity, commitment, and courage. These are required for research. And also for both teacher and researcher, you need to have excellent communication and presentation skills. Presentation is what you say, and communication is how you say it. In India, if you look at the recruitment of the teacher, we have UG degree, PG, NET, PhD. In all of them, only domain knowledge is tested. What about other aspects? Pedagogical training, art of teaching. This is missing in our recruitment. Therefore, there is an urgent need of teacher education. Now I will tell some of the challenges which I think are very important in the 21st century. One is the challenge of the present age. The present age is an age of uncertainty. According to this report, 65% of the children entering primary school in 2019 will be working in jobs that don't even exist right now. Then this is an age of artificial intelligence, where the artificial intelligence will equal the intelligence of the students by the time they finish school education. Then it is also an age where more students over the next 30 years will graduate than since the beginning of the recorded history. So these are the challenges. And another challenge which we have to keep it in mind is that we need to empower teachers for equipping the students with 21st century skills. If you want to excel in 21st century, you need rigorous academic content, that is hard skills. But then you should also have 21st century skills, which cannot be done by the machines. These taken together will help you in deeper learning. So 21st century skills are the set of abilities that will help students to succeed in this information age. They will help the students in keeping up with the fast changing and developing modern markets. What are these 21st century skills? These are basically under three categories. One is the learning skills, which include critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and communication. Then we have literacy skills, which include information literacy, media literacy, and technology literacy. And the third are life skills: flexibility, leadership, initiative, productivity, and social. So teachers must be empowered as to how all these skills will be imbibed in the students. Please remember, a skill is the ability to do well, especially because of training, experience, or practice. So this is a habit which needs to be nurtured. It cannot be achieved overnight. Another challenge which is there is we need to empower teachers in producing creative minds. In India, there is, I feel, a crisis of creativity in Indian education system. For example, in India, no Indian scientist working in India has been able to get Nobel Prize since 1930. So one needs to think why. Even in our international rankings, world rankings, the top position occupied by any university is the 501 position by University of Delhi, and IIT Bombay is at 172 position. Even in terms of global talent competitive index, which ranks countries based on their ability to grow, attract, and retain talent, India's position is 72. So the question is why we are not able to excel in research. We need perseverance and resilience if we want to excel in research. We need enormous amount of creativity and open-mindedness and willingness to collaborate. Unfortunately, our education system still focuses on rote learning. We need to shift focus from rote learning to thinking, innovation, and creativity. This is a big challenge before the teachers. This needs to be done. Then we also need to transform the culture of assessment, because assessment drives learning. The way you will assess your students will start learning in that way. So that is a very good way to enhance quality of education. We should not forget that learning is a 6-level hierarchy, starting from knowledge, then understanding, applying, up to creating. So I think our teachers are not empowered enough how to reach up to the topmost thinking order skill, that is creating. So they need to be told about that. Assessment process, as a matter of fact, needs to be made more scientific to encourage multiple skills of the students. Otherwise, it will not be possible to produce creative mind. And without creativity, please remember, there can be no progress and we would be forever repeating the same pattern. This was my article in Education Times about creativity crisis in the Indian education system. Another challenge which all the teachers need to keep it in mind is the growth of knowledge. Knowledge in all disciplines is growing very, very fast. As a matter of fact, the doubling time of the growth of knowledge has shrunk considerably. There was a time when knowledge was doubling in 150 years. Now it has come down to 73 days. And please don't forget, what we know is a drop and what we do not know is an ocean. We need, therefore, to revise our curriculum. These should be light syllabi, only core essentials to be included, because knowledge is growing very fast. Syllabi need to be modern. Otherwise, there is going to be a gap between what is learned and what should be learned. And this creates a problem later on in research. There is a big gap. Another challenge is we need to embrace technology and become tech savvy in this age. ICT, as you all know, is impacting all areas of higher education. Look at this. ICT has impacted teaching and learning through e-learning and MOOCs. It helps you in the revision of syllabi through email, discussion forum, video conferencing. It helps you in research literature survey through electronic databases. And it also is helping in the professional development. Now we have online professional development programs. So if you really want to excel in the 21st century, teachers need to become tech savvy and ICT skills. And this was a recent report that India is very soon going to have a virtual university. So we have to be mentally prepared for that. Then another is teachers need to be prepared to embrace new pedagogies. Normally we teach by talk and chalk method. This method, as you all know, is a teacher-centric approach, mainly a monologue method. You can't explain many concepts on the board. It presumes that all students learn in an identical fashion. That may not be true. Then it is slow and time consuming, etc. But now new pedagogies have come. Blended learning has come. And one which is gaining immense popularity all over the world is flipped learning. In the traditional model, teacher delivers a lecture and gives some homework activities to the students. But in the flipped model, teacher gives a video to the students to be watched at home and then discusses that video in the presence of other students the next day. So this method is much more important. As you can see here, remembering and understanding, etc., is done in the class in the traditional model. And higher order thinking skills are left to be imbibed by the students outside the class. But in the flipped model, remembering, understanding, etc., is done outside the class through the video. And then higher order thinking skills are, inculcated in the students through discussion in the class. So this method is expected to help in producing creative minds. This is my article about flipped classroom in the Times of India. This is in Education Times. And then, one more challenge is for the teachers, they have to be prepared for new roles of teachers. Roles of the teachers are going to change significantly in the 21st century. They have to become tech savvy. Tomorrow, students may be enrolled in MOOCs, etc. If they have some queries, who will answer them? It is the teacher. So they must learn how to manage virtual classroom and discussion forum. They should also be proficient in the development of e-content and MOOCs. So these are the new challenges. And for all this, they should not only know the subject, but they should also be very good in writing skills. And last challenge, which I feel, is that teachers need to be empowered for education 4.0. India is very soon going to enter an era of education 4.0. World is presently witnessing fourth industrial revolution. Three are already over. Fourth industrial revolution is based on artificial intelligence and many other disruptive technologies. So education 4.0 needs to be aligned with the needs of industrial revolution 4. But who will do it? Teachers have to be prepared for that. So this is a very big challenge. This was my recent article about how education 4.0 will work for the coming generations. These are going to be the technologies of the future. Artificial intelligence, robotics, virtual reality, Internet of Things, augmented reality, data science, gamification, machine learning, etc. And because of these pedagogies, learnings have also changed. Earlier it was chalk and talk, then came e-learning and MOOCs, then came blended learning, flipped model, and now we are soon going to enter an era of personalized learning. And that will be possible through artificial intelligence. That means personalized learning means learning based on a student's strengths, weaknesses, competencies, etc. In India, we already have a scheme, NEET, National Educational Alliance for Technology. Here, artificial intelligence is being used to make learning more personalized and customized as per the requirements of the learners. So artificial intelligence is also going to be used in examinations. There are going to be adaptive assessments. Algorithms may replace mentors. Exams may be tomorrow at doorsteps. Digital invigilation will replace physical invigilation, digital attendance, etc. Just see how things are changing. But all this is not possible without the help of teachers or without the empowerment of the teachers. It is said, tomorrow exams may move to your bedroom, but invigilator would still be watching because of artificial intelligence proctor. And then there will be an image recognition technique which will ensure that the right person is taking the exam. There is a fear in the minds of the teachers that perhaps technology will replace teachers. Please remember, technology will never replace teachers, but teachers who use technology will probably replace those who do not. So this is something we have to keep it in mind. And one more thing, technology will never replace great teachers, but if technology is in the hands of great teachers, it can bring about a big transformation. It can do wonders. So try to be a great teacher as well as tech savvy. This was my report in Times of India. And so the message is never stop learning. Rather, one more thing I just had made it, if you want to achieve success in life, besides what I have told, your personality also matters a lot for success as a teacher. Because it is said, 87% of all people fail not because of capability, but because of their personality. So also focus on developing the right personality. Try to be proactive. These are some of the traits which I'm sharing with you. Have self-belief, self-control, growth mindset, have priorities, immediate and distant aim, work hard sensibly. These are some of the qualities which you should also have. Live in the moment, no arrogance, no to worries, control anger, and resilience, and all that. If you have all that together with what I have told, I'm sure you are bound to succeed. My best wishes. Thanks for your patience, and please let me have your feedback if possible. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, uh, for highlighting the shift that we need to do from learning to innovative learning, creativity, and how we can enhance the quality of learning by adopting different models, flip models, and we need to revise the syllabus as you suggested, because yes, you are right, the syllabus need to be modernized and teacher needs to be techno savvy in this ICT world. Thank you, sir, for enlightening us and develop an insight about teacher education and the opportunities, challenges that we are facing and we will be facing in future. So now moving ahead, we have the address by distinguished speaker, Dr. Vimal Clark. who is the project head and joint director, GAD-TLC, Gurunga Dev Teaching Learning Center of Ministry of Education. Ma'am has an administrative experience as the Cabinet Secretary, ICT at Institute of Lifelong Learning, University of Delhi. She has bagged many awards also as a Junior Research Fellowship from CSIR UGC and as the Senior Research Fellowship. She has about 11 years of experience at IIT Delhi and various Delhi University colleges, teaching various honors and programs, chemistry programs. She has the experience in the field of e-learning and portal management. She has experience of research in e-learning technology and experience in developing and coordinating the preparation of e-learning material for various e-learning portals for class 9 to 12 and IIT GE and medical aspirants. She has participated in many national and international conferences and workshops for understanding and debating the talks on many aspects of e-learning technologies like instructional designing, web and LAN hosting, learning and content management system, online assessment. She has also delivered many lectures on ICT integration with higher education in Delhi University and IEEE initiatives for e-learning in Delhi University in orientation and various refresher programs at CPPHE. She has contributed at Institute of Lifelong Learning, University of Delhi. It's my privilege to request Dr. Vimal Kar to share her words with us. Dr. Vimal, please.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Thank you for the kind introduction. Respected Professor Ved Prakash, former chairman UGC, respected Professor Nitya, Professor E.K. Bakshi, Dr. Aras, Dr. Henna, all the participants who are teachers as well as research scholars. Good morning to each one of you. Let me just share my screen to share my thoughts. And I welcome all of you on behalf of Guru Angad Dev Teaching Learning Center in this international e-conference on teacher education generation next, perspectives, opportunities, and challenges. And very insightful things have been said by my earlier speakers. And just taking it further, what we are doing at Guru Angad Dev Teaching Learning Center, which is a center of Ministry of Education, Government of India, we are trying to implement at the grassroots level. This scheme has various centers, and we are one of the prominent center under the scheme where we are developing teachers into all the requirements, whether it is the pedagogy or the ICT tools, or also integrating with their subject specific requirements. Our center has a state-of-art infrastructure in terms of the futuristic requirements. Right, a decade ago, we had envisaged, and in the leadership of Professor Bakshi and Professor Ved Prakash, we are working where the digital tools empowerment can be done. And with these digital tools, it is not only about the tools, but how proper pedagogy can be integrated with the own subject specific requirements, and not only subject specific requirements, but there are students who are coming from rural background or from urban, so there have to be variety of models, and we are. The center was inaugurated in July 2016, and at Government of India level, this integration of ICT in higher education was started almost 2 decades back, and a very prominent gazette notification was brought in 2016 where massive open online courses, the students can earn credit. But now in the corona times, I think this is taking a very speedy improvement in terms of the number of courses which are being prepared, and also the integration. Because what I feel is the courses may be available, but unless or until these are integrated by each and every teacher in their own classroom teaching, as well as providing the students awareness about these, the difference will not be made. And also now Government of India has initiated fully online degree programs where teachers have to be actually preparing themselves to not only create, but implement and deliver these courses in a very, very effective manner. And that will require variety of tools and the pedagogies that they have to be. So what I see is when we have to implement the ICT enabled education or e-learning, which is the generation next teacher preparation we are focusing on, we have to focus on all, whether it is the curriculum and content development methodology, as rightly said by Professor Vedprakash sir also, that when you are going to integrate NEP, then what all futuristic courses, and then these courses, how they have to be, whether they will be online or MOOCs or as hybrid way of learning, and even the teaching methodology. As teachers, so much training has to be done, and also meaningful assessments. I think the formative assessments have to be made more in numbers, but that not at the cost of teachers putting more human work, but with the help of technologies, I think we can really take it into a scalable way, because in India we also have the teacher student ratio, which is not like other developed countries. So the challenges are many, but I think the tech savvy teachers is what we are aiming to prepare through our centers and various similar centers. As a team, we have been working in the field of e-learning and MOOCs development from our Center for E-Learning as well. And under this ambit, we had our own studio and our own technical team rather than outsourcing the work to vendors. And successfully, we have completed 89 courses within a record time of 3 years. And this is the EPG Pathshala project of UGC, where a 4-quadrant model has been used. And in terms of quality and quantity, it is being rated one of the best outcomes. And not only these 6 subjects, but at the UGC level, in the chairmanship of Professor Vedprakash, there were 77 subjects, and now most of them are under completion. And all the teachers of our country, as well as from across the globe, they can benefit from these rich open educational resources that we have created. We have also various now MOOCs available, around 2,000 MOOCs on SWAM platform, and at PG level, there are 63 MOOCs which were rolled out in the first phase, and out of these 63, I am happy to share 42 MOOCs have been uh, given to the nation by our center with the help of thousands of teachers, where we realize actually teachers are lacking the skills of professional competencies in the various tools, and they are varying from subject to subject. As a chemistry teacher, the 3D structures and the visualization, and that has to be integrated, or a commerce teacher for graph color or data analysis, SPSS type of thing. So there has to be a need for integrating all these, and that is what we have been working at GAD-TLC. We are working for various faculty empowerment workshops. They are one-day webinars, events, conferences, or 1 week, 2 week FDPs, 1 month programs, and we are also in the process of developing open educational resources, which has taken the shape of teachers e-kit, multimedia, and these videos as e-learning objects. So the idea is there has to be a proper approach for teachers training, where looking at their subject specific requirement, looking at their classroom requirements, we are empowering them in various ICT skills and the appropriate pedagogies which are ICT empowered. And this 4-quadrant model is what we have been using for the e-content. And I'm happy to share, in order to give academic incentives to teachers, now in our promotional requirements, which is the career advancement scheme of UGC and AICT, there is a proper weightage which has been given for the contribution in e-content in 4-quadrant approach, as well as the MOOCs contribution, which is now actually having a rippling effect, that teachers, rather than doing research, which many of them are not inclined to, let them work in improving the classroom delivery and preparing our future generation. So this, the API model is really working a miracle at the ground level. And now many teachers are approaching us. Yes, we want to be trained into these, and then we also want to prepare our resources, which we want to share as open education resources. And the new newer pedagogies, as rightly mentioned by Professor Bakshi. The flipped classroom model has to be integrated, and even in online session, many teachers of the view, I was listening to Dr. Nikja's case study. So in online, there are challenges like where when you are addressing to 60 or 80 or 90 students, where is the interactivity? And that is what, that if there are good quality videos available, and with the flipped classroom, the focus should be more on interaction. So online does not mean that it is just one way. So I think that is what we have to really work at ground level, and also in meaningful assessments. Assessments can be of various types, and again at national level, we are adopting the Bloom's taxonomy, where when we are creating these question banks or items for different level of learners, then every question is being chapped not only at topic subtopic level, but as per the Bloom's hierarchy, and also the difficulty level, so that we can see and analyze that what is the outcome of these learners, and in my entire class, how this particular quiz or the assessment I have given, that can be, and that power can be given by technology. So teachers have to learn these tools so that they can start thinking that how we can adapt these in our own context for every topic. I will say it should not be done at the broad level that yes, we need to be tech savvy. I think we have to work at every topic and subtopic level. Every subject, every topic has different needs, and that is what we are starting in the form of various activities. So right from basic ICT skills, in India is like even Word doc, PowerPoint or spreadsheets. We are doing hands-on training, even creating good quizzes, and the paper pencil mode, I think we can really improve upon by integrating questions which are like video or audio based questions, and even the gamification can be introduced in a very interesting manner where the students can learn through these ways, and the feedback and analysis can be very quick. It should not be that okay, we have taken a paper mode of examination and 1 month we are taking checking, and then the outcome, the students are really, they want to know immediately yes whether it has been done properly. And all this can be possible if the teachers are equipped right from basic skills to the learning management skills. And as a model, we are taking open source Moodle, where we are training teachers into various LMS, so Moodle and other open edX type of platforms, where not only how as individual teachers they can be interacting in the virtual classroom in their class, but also as group of teachers at state level or national level, they can contribute, and they can start. And I'm happy to share that we have now at national level a faculty induction program, where every new inductee in higher education has to now necessarily undergo 1 month training program, which are called as faculty induction program. And you can look at out of these 12 modules, we have emphasized so much on the integration of technology, as well as looking at the other aspects which are research in higher education, personal emotional development and counseling, strategic planning and management again. So there is a holistic need and preparation around the teacher generation next, which is required. And there is another scheme that our center is carrying forward on behalf of Government of India, which is the ARPET scheme, Annual Refresher Program in Teaching, and we have National Resource Center of Chemistry. So looking at the subject specific need, we are focusing on chemistry, and here we are offering it as a MOOC. I will just show you the glimpses of this. The type of quality that we are trying to put up. Hello everyone, myself Dr. Vimal Raj, and I am the coordinator of National Resource Center of Chemistry of MHRD, Government of India at SCTV Khalsa College, University of Delhi.
And myself, Professor A.K. Bakshi,
We welcome you all to the IPEM 2019, which is going to provide you a unique opportunity to learn as per your convenience. For this online refresher course, we have selected a variety of interesting and exciting topics.
So these are useful for all the UG and PG chemistry teachers of our country, irrespective of their specialization.
Let's have a look at the variety of the modules which have been developed with the help of leading experts from all over the country.
To begin with, we will have a special module as Chem News, which will bring the latest news to you from the world of chemistry.
The modules entitled Chem Talks will focus on the latest developments as well as new and emerging areas of chemistry.
In the Chem Safe Lab modules, we will focus on various measures to be taken to prevent accidents in our chemistry lab.
In the module on Chem Nobel laureates, this time we will be focusing on life and contributions of Ernest Rutherford.
Through the modules titled Chem Pedagogy, we will highlight on improving curriculum development and question paper setting.
You will all agree that there are many difficult topics in chemistry. In the modules entitled Chem Simplified, we will take some of these topics and explain them in a very simple way. To commemorate 150th anniversary of periodic table in 2019.
So all these are available on SWAYAM portal, swayam.gov.in, and you can refer to. So the idea is that we have to prepare teachers not only in the tools, pedagogy, but also looking at the requirement of their subjects, not in the conventional way, but how we can improve and fill up those missing gaps in that very particular subject requirement. Like in chemistry, we have seen that the safety aspect, the environmental friendly approach, and all the newer practices and the new additions in the curricula which have to be. And I'm happy to share that out of the 42 courses which are being run at the national level in different subjects, our chemistry course is rated #1 in terms of the number of enrollments as well as the quality. And this is the teachers e-kit which I'm talking about now, where thousands of teachers are working with us in different subjects. One particular classroom, what topic you have to prepare, how you have to deliver with the newer pedagogies and with the integration of tools is what we are putting it into practice so that the teachers learn how properly it has to be done in the class as well as share their expertise with other teachers. So I welcome all of you to join our Telegram group for our various activities. And if this is our Telegram link, and I also welcome each one of you to have collaborations with us in taking this mission further. And once again, I say thanks to the organizers IPM for conducting this particular one-day e-conference, and thankful to all the resource persons who have agreed to be a part of this, and all the paper contributors as well as the research scholars and all the participants. So I wish you all the best further for this particular activity. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vimal, for providing information about various new courses as the other courses and different faculty induction programs. The way you have highlighted the skills required on the part of the teacher for introducing their lessons or to assess different performance of the student, assessment of the learning of the student, or integrating ICT. Uh, it is required that a teacher must go through a strategic planning. So for the next generation teachers, It is necessary that they must equip themselves with different ICT tools and to meet the challenges of next generation classes. So, the next international speaker among us is Dr. Aras Bozkurt, who is the Associate Professor of Distance Education, Anadolu University, Open Education Faculty, Turkey. Dr. Aras is a researcher and a faculty member in the Department of Distance Education in the same university. Sir has conducted empirical studies on online learning through resorting to critical theories including connectionism, rhizomatic learning, and pedagogy. His interest areas are emerging research paradigms including social network analysis, sentiment analysis, and data mining. Sir has experience in teaching to adult learners and K-12 students. He has also served as a reviewer for several journals in distance education field, and he is also the editorial board member of eLearn Magazines and editorial review board of OLG. His current research interests are topics related to digital books, interactive e-books, gamification, game-based learning, resource trends in distance education, social networks, online interaction, and online learning spaces, online communities, and online community formation and online learning. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation. I extend my heartiest thanks to Dr. Abbas for joining us today. So I request him to throw some light on today's theme. Dr. Abbas.
Thank you, everyone. Let me share my screen. Hello, everyone. I am Aras Bozkurt, an Associate Professor of Distance Education at Anadolu University, Turkey. I am happy to be with you and distinguished speakers. Today, I will talk about COVID-19 and education, the pandemic pedagogy, and beyond. What Jim Wallis says perfectly illustrates what happened during the COVID-19 crisis. Accordingly, he says, sometimes it takes a natural disaster to reveal a social disaster. At the end of the day, the lesson learned was so simple. With online and offline connections, the world is a global village, and a butterfly flapping its wings in Asia can cause a hurricane all around the world. Currently, it seems that the global education system is in the middle of this hurricane. Today, we are living in a strange new world where to be social means to keep distance, and weirdly, to be labeled positive has negative connotations. These developments suggest that we are on the brink of a new future, where time would be understood in terms of BC and AC to indicate before and after COVID. In fact, we are going through a global reset of many things, including education. The COVID-19 pandemic has been more than a crisis. It has been a global wake-up call to change our paradigms and the way we perceive the world. Not surprisingly, the pandemic has altered the way we interpret the normal as well as the way we live. The interruption of education and the derivations of normal suggest that we are experiencing an extraordinary time, one marked by major shifts in the way we understand and interpret different areas of life. Accordingly, as an outcome of the measures taken worldwide, more than 1.6 billion enrolled students of all ages from all around the globe experienced interruption of education, which equals nearly 90% of the global student population. As a result of this interruption, emergency remote education is put into practice. The educational practices during the COVID-19 pandemic are denoted with different terms in different countries. However, these terms do not capture what is being practiced during the interruption of education, which can be better described as emergency remote education. Considering that the terms used in different countries are derivations of distance education, the remarkable difference between emergency remote education and distance education is that the latter is an option while the former is an obligation. Such an understanding is crucial because misconceptions in definitions would lead us to misconceptions in practices. While emergency remote education provided temporal solutions, it also led to some mistakes. In pivoting to online emergency remote education, the same simple mechanism of copying and pasting cannot be applied, as seen in the failure of copying traditional face-to-face education and pasting it to online education. Imitating a process meant for something else has resulted in unsuccessful and ineffective learning experiences. The following slides will provide reflections and major themes emerged as a result of COVID-19 pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic has generated a great degree of uncertainty regarding the future of globalization, especially as it relates to education. Deglobalization measures were already on the rise when COVID-19 struck, but reached its peak in the responses of many countries to close their borders to slow down the spread of pandemic. The global village has transformed into global online village, where online infrastructures, communications, and interactions have a pivotal role. Many universities have already adopted digital transformation strategies as a way to be resilient in the digital knowledge age, and this trend has now accelerated on account of the COVID-19 pandemic. As such, digital ecosystems have emerged. In creating a digital presence, a digital twin needs to be birthed. In other words, physical campuses are reproducing digital versions of themselves. However, this requires that many educational theories should be modified and integrated when adapting to the shifting landscape. Though fatigue is largely related to our physical and mental performance, more recently it has been linked to the digital tools and spaces we use during online education. However, the recipe to prevent digital burnout and fatigue is relatively simple. Apply the best theories and practices of online distance education and design actual learning processes rather than processes with techno-fetish designs. In a panoptical society where data is distilled through surveillance is the new oil, beyond the unease over the collection and mining of digital footprints, violations of privacy, and mass surveillance, there is the concern that the imposition of these features of the panoptic society will gradually lead to our acceptance and normalizations of them. The digital divide, which refers to the gap between those who have and do not have access to computers and internet, is a term that has evolved over time and emerged in new forms. And digital divide was obvious during the pandemic. The question is, how should we respond as a global society? Should we continue to let the gap widen, or should we act now before the gap grows out of control? During the COVID-19 pandemic, the entire educational landscape has needed educational resources capable of sharing among and within educational networks. In this regard, open educational resources and open educational practices have played a significant role in ensuring the continuity of education. The crisis also taught us that emerging roles of the parents and the invisible roles of the schools and universities. In the absence of teachers and schools during emergency remote education, many parents took the educational roles to supervise or support the students, and most importantly, to ensure the continuity of education. Many country cases reported that schools and universities, in fact, were sheltering many students and These buildings were places where a considerable number of students were getting their basic needs, in addition to their educational needs. In these traumatic times, psychological pressure and anxiety were prevalent among students, teachers, and families. Among many, the uncertainty and the fear of the unknown in every layer of our lives were the main reasons. Whether in K-12 or higher education, pedagogy of care is needed in these traumatic times because care is one of the basic needs. And when we navigate on unknown territories, experience new approaches, and stick to our lives during the lockdown days. Given the effects that traumatic events can have on learners' well-being, we must be sure to create a warm climate and a welcoming space where we can listen, understand, respect, help, love, and embrace them. Trauma-informed care and empathy-oriented pandemic pedagogy should focus on achieving effective social, emotional outcomes rather than on pedagogical outcomes. During the first waves of the pandemic, collaboration and sharing among the individuals and institutions were the first reflex in many countries, and these countries were able to soften the first wave of the COVID-19 crisis. Support communities and mechanisms were effective, and their scope included financial, emotional, and pedagogic support. The inequalities that are now clearly visible through the lens of COVID-19 are not new phenomena, but are augmenting of deeply rooted pre-existing inequalities. The COVID-19 pandemic has uncovered many facts that have been ignored for a long while. As we started wearing masks, the real futures of higher education have been unmasked, and we can now see higher education with no clothes. And if the higher education is naked, with nothing to cover its faults, we can and should shoot out. The emperor has no clothes. We also learned by experience that the soft skills and digital competencies were necessary for the implementation of emergency remote education. Unless we can use the tools effectively, investing in hard technologies such as computers and internet will not contribute to creating success stories. However, soft technologies such as theories and approaches are equally important, and we need the right mix, a harmony between these technologies. Following the new normal, there will be a tendency to adopt blended or hybrid modes of education, which comes from the idea of blending the strengths of one type of mode and neutralizing the weaknesses of others. This means that we will be able to provide more flexibility, openness, and different entry points for those seek for knowledge. It is high time for higher education to renew, recalibrate, and reposition itself in the educational landscape. This would require the institution of higher education to regenerate itself and be born again, like the phoenix. It needs to rise from the ashes, but to do this, it must first face the flames. In this context, what should educators do? How can they create an ideal learning ecosystem? Dillon offers a good starting point by proposing that our educational understanding should be shaped by the following priorities. People should be first, content should be second, and technology should be third. In the end, technology and education are meant to be for the people, and such an approach should always be our mantra as educators. We have to center our arguments on the human, not on the technology or the content. While we focused on education from one perspective, there were some other arguments. For instance, it was argued that what we teach in these times can have secondary importance. We have to keep in mind that students will remember not the educational content delivered, but how they felt during these hard times. With an empathetic approach, the story will not center on how to successfully deliver educational content, but it will be on how learners narrate these hard times. This keynote provided a global outlook and depicted how we survived to keep teaching and learning during the COVID-19 pandemic. The question is not what we did in COVID-19 pandemic, but what we will do for upcoming interruptions. Will we learn from our mistakes or will we repeat our mistakes? By its definition, an alchemist transforms or creates something through a seemingly magical process. In his magnus opus works, The Alchemist, Paulo Coelho narrates, when you want something, all the universe conspires in helping you to achieve it. Inspired by these words and the way alchemists are defined, it is our hope that educators will take the role of the alchemist and develop, refine, purify, and perfect the educational system to achieve a learning ecosystem that works for everyone. As educational alchemists, we should dream of a better future, fight for it, work for it to ensure the education evolves into its true ideal form. Thank you for being here and listening to me. I am happy to be among you. I hope I inspired you regarding the issues on COVID-19 pandemic and education.
Dr. Aras. And I know that this is really the right thing that we must ensure the educational goals of the parents and the schools in this traumatic times. And yes, people must be given first preference and then the content and then only we should go for the technology. Because we must know that the ultimate aim is to make the students love and we need to see their emotional condition also. So pedagogy of care and pedagogy of traumatic learning that is very important. And these are the new keywords that we have understood from your presentation. So now we have the next keynote speaker, Dr. Hannah. Dr. Hannah is working in the Department of German Philology, it's Philology and Matters of Teaching Foreign Language, uh, Christianski University, Ukraine. Dr. Hannah is an educator for more than 12 years, teaching high school and university students in Ukraine. She currently leads the English Access Micro Scholarship Program at South Ukrainian National Pedagogical University. She has served as the head of the Israeli culture since 2012. Dr. Hannah is currently doing a research on the comparative characteristics of future STEM teacher psychological preparation in Ukraine, and her interest includes innovative methods of teaching English for the professional purpose, psychological constitute of future teachers' preparation, and finding new ways to foster student engagement. Thank you, Dr. Hannah, for accepting our invitation. I would request Dr. Hannah to enlighten us with her experience. Dr. Hannah.
Thank you so much for inviting me. It's my great pleasure and honor to be here with you today. Thank you for the invitation. Can I please share my screen?
You can see your screen, Dr. Hannah.
Yes, thank you so much. So hello everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear.
Yes, yes. Okay, thank you so much. Hello, everyone. It's my great pleasure to be here with you today. My name is Hanna Slobodeniuk. I am from Ushinsky University. It is National Pedagogical University, and it's one of the oldest pedagogical universities in Ukraine. And I was very amazed actually by the presentations made by the guests here, and especially by the presentation by Professor Ashok Bakshi, because it goes, we are kind of on the same wavelengths with my topic as well. And my topic is psychological component of STEM teacher preparation. So I've chosen some objectives for today's presentation. First of all, it's to validate the relevance of the issue. Then I will analyze the findings of the program for evaluation for assessment students progress of 2018. Then I will dwell on correlation between teacher qualification, teacher quality, and students' achievements. And then I will present my case study on psychological competence among the students of Ushinsky University. So STEM subjects, they are science, technology, engineering, and math. And STEM jobs have a high rate of growth over the past 10 years. And growth in STEM jobs was 3 times as fast as growth in non-STEM jobs. And further findings shows that STEM workers command higher wages, earning 26% more than their non-STEM counterparts. And STEM degree holders also enjoy higher earnings regardless of whether they work in STEM or non-STEM occupations. And the chart here on the slide shows average salaries for STEM occupations in the world. So it's quite logical to assume that many people would like to pursue STEM professions. And here I'd like to analyze the results of Program for International Student Assessment, that is called PISA, of 2018. Among the other subjects, the assessment also focused on proficiency in mathematics. That is the focus of my research. And here I want to highlight, to emphasize that it was 2018 when my country first joined this program. So as you can see from the slide that I've chosen just 3 countries to compare. That was my country, Ukraine, that was Israel, and the USA. And you can see that the mean score in mathematics was pretty low in comparison with other countries where the mean score was as high as 700 or even 800. So in Ukraine, as you can see, the mean score among these countries was the lowest one. So, well, for many years, educators and researchers have debated which school variables influence student achievements. And here you can see the results of PISA, of this program for student assessment, and you can see what students can do in mathematics. And in Ukraine, one more time, only 64% of students attained level 2 or higher, and only 5% of students scored at level 5 or higher in mathematics. Whereas in Israel and in the United States, you can see that the results are much higher. So, despite conventional wisdom that school inputs make little difference in student learning, a growing body of research suggests that schools can make a difference, and a substantial portion of that difference is attributed to teachers. There are assumptions about the link between teachers' qualifications and their students' achievements. And usually, some scholars can think of students' achievements in terms of teachers' qualification, but is that really true? Is advanced academic degree or teacher's own test course or their experience, teacher's experience, really influence so much students' achievements? Providing students with qualified, fully prepared teachers, of course, is a critical component for raising student achievement. And for example, in Israel, teacher qualification have become the target of several recent reforms. And not only in Israel, just as if we take USA, there was also a reform that was called No Child Left Behind Act, which was announced after the observing the results of this program of students assessment, that is PISA 2018. And in Ukraine, we also have a special reform, or it's not reform, but a new professional standard for teachers, and mainly specifically for mathematics teachers, was introduced just last year in 2020 after observing the results of PISA 2018, and after observing and after getting the report of these results. And we can say that all these reforms envision improvement of the candidate selection process, upgrading the disciplinary preparation of teachers, opening second-degree programs for Master of Education or Master of Teaching, and providing opportunities for professional development. And it would talk about the act No Child Left Behind that was adopted in the USA. It required highly qualified also teacher in all classrooms and public reporting of teacher qualifications. But viewing student achievement as evidence of learning and linking student learning to the effective or successful teacher is one way of defining quality teaching. Here I would like to make the difference between qualified teachers and quality teachers. Sometimes it's not just the same. As in the previous slide, we could see that teachers' qualifications are usually regarded to as having some special academic degree that, of course, is very important, and having good content knowledge, of course, is very important, and teaching experience as well. But here I would like to highlight that this approach differs from that which identifies the quality teacher with so-called good teacher, one who upholds the standards and norms of the professions. And for example, here I would like just to quote a researcher Berliner who said that by successful teaching, we mean that the learner actually acquires some reasonable and acceptable level of proficiency from what the teacher is engaged in teaching. And also there was a research conducted by Rowan and Correnti in 2002, which states that no effect of either teacher's mathematics certification or advanced degree in mathematics on student achievement. Well, to be effective in their practice, teachers of science, technology, and engineering and mathematics, STEM teachers must have, of course, deep knowledge of the content that they teach, as well as pedagogical content knowledge. That is, they must also have specialized knowledge of how to teach STEM content to students. That is called pedagogical content knowledge. And here I offer to you the model of psychological preparation of teachers that correlates with the whole STEM teacher preparation. And it includes formation of psychological culture, psychological competence, and awareness of one's self-efficacy. And as you can see, pedagogical content knowledge usually comprises two parts of psychological preparation: psychological competence and formation of psychological culture. So why I would like to talk about psychological competence, because after receiving the results of a student's assessment, program of students, international students assessment of 2018, there was a report introduced by the Minister of Education of Ukraine, and there the Minister of Education introduced a new professional standard for teachers. And it is based on the competence it's based on competence approach. And one of the main competencies that is listed there is psychological competence. So psychological competence involves ability to determine and take into account the educational process age and other individual characteristics of the students. and also the ability to motivate students and organize their cognitive activity, and the ability to form a community of students in which everyone feels like part of it. And here I would like to share with you the case study at Shizke University that was conducted last year. The study population was 150 students, and the survey was to determine the level of mastering this psychological competence. And in the process of doing this research, we defined three different indicators of psychological competence. They were procedural situational, indicator of planning and implementation of holistic interaction, and also indicator of didactic competence. And by getting the results, so the findings, we can see that two first indicators, the moderate level was quite high, like 75 to 80%, and low level was only as high as 15%. By taking into account indicator number 3, the low level was as high as 65%. And this indicator comprises, among others, the ability to use psychological knowledge, techniques, and models to enhance the cognitive activity of students. So it is mainly correlates with psychological preparation, with psychological components. So nowadays, all the models of the effective teaching emphasize the importance of interpersonal interaction. And assessment of teaching quality was based on the data received from PISA 2018. And here I would like to state that self-efficacy toward math teaching, or the belief in one's ability to teach math, encompasses the teacher's comfort level, self-confidence, and also the attitude about teaching maths. And the researchers Lee and Housel suggested that teachers with high self-efficacy are more likely to engage in group work and activity-based teaching with their students as they use their math content knowledge to guide instruction. And teachers with high levels of self-efficacy are much independent and resourceful maths teachers. So continue with the findings or with the data gained from PISA 2018. We can see here the correlation between, at first not correlation, but just look at this chart where you can see student support and feedback by teachers. And here you can see in blue color that up to 46% of students stated that teachers never encourage them to study or never support them. So they never provide them with some emotional support. And later, there was noted the correlation between students' achievement and teachers' quality, teachers' ability to provide emotional help, teachers' quality as a personality. And here you can see the mean score of mathematics according to the results from PISA 2018 and how it correlates with the teacher's quality, with the teacher's ability to use psychological knowledge, to use psychological techniques to encourage students or to support students. And you can see that this index of achievement is quite higher, where teachers encourages or support students almost at every lesson. And in 2019, I've made a research that was published in the scientific journal Science and Education in Ukraine. And I've researched the different, actually, I've taken different universities among Ukraine. There were 10 universities among Ukraine, and I was looking at 10 years of their experience, of their programs, of their schedule. And here you can see the dynamics of changes in the volume of academic hours of discipline of psychological cycle. And here are different universities. I've put here only a few of them, not 10, not all 10 of them. And here you can see that the number of academic hours of disciplines of psychological cycle is very low throughout the years. And we can assume that it might be one of the reasons of quite low scores, mean score in mathematics, as stated in the report of Program of International Students Assessment 2018. So, after conducting the research, we assumed that to improve teachers' preparation, especially future STEM teachers, math teachers, we need to include more psychological component in their curricula, and not only general psychology, but also there should be more a psychological component in terms of in-field practice as well. Well, that's everything that I wanted to share with you today. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Hannah, for sharing a case study related to the psychological component of STEM teacher preparation and developing an understanding about PISA 2018 program, which is a program for student assessment. Really, we must agree that the teachers who are more aware about the self-efficacy are able to develop more understanding of the content on the part of the student. I'm sure that the research scholars, teachers, and the students are benefited by your case study. Thank you, ma'am, for being here. Dear participants, it's my request to all of you to kindly switch your camera on so that we can have a capture of few live images of the event. Once again, I'm requesting the participants to keep their camera on so that we can have images of this international conference and we will be able to see that how many participants have joined from India and abroad. Thank you, all the participants. Now, that was all about the novels part. Now we are moving towards the next section, and that is the technical session. And as I told you earlier, that the technical session shall be chaired by our eminent speaker, Professor Gopal Krishna Thakur, Professor in Health Department of Education and Head Department of Psychology, Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindu Vishwavidyalaya, which is a central university at Wardha, Maharashtra, India. Sir is going to give the valedictory address also and will announce the names of the best paper presenters in both the categories, national as well as international. But before inviting the participants to present their papers, let me brief you about the personality we are having among us, Professor Gopal Krishna Thakur. Professor Thakur is presently heading the Department of Education and Department of Psychology and a chairperson of Board of Studies at the same university. He is the advisor of various cells at the same university and the project head of MGA Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindu Vishwavidyalaya. Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya, National Mission of Teacher Education Scheme. As far as the experience of research is concerned, Sir has published more than 50 papers and has authored more than 3 books and 5 chapters in different academic books. As far as the seminars and conferences are concerned, Sir has attended more than 70 seminars and conferences as a resource person, as an external evaluator of a project European block grant carried out by Save the Girl Child India In the Indian states of Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, and West Bengal, Sir is the editor of Section English Kendra Hindi Sansthan, Ministry of Education, India. Sir is the fourth editor of a Hindi journal, Samvardhan. As a resource person also, he has witnessed his presence in various universities in India and other countries. Thank you, sir, for being here. And I will request all the participants to present their papers and share their slides. If they face any problem in sharing their slides, we would be sharing their slides from our desk. At the back, as we have already get the PowerPoint presentation of the participants. So, I am announcing the names of the participants. First, we have the international participant, Dr.
Sneha Ghosh.
Okay, we have the participant, national participants, Sneha Ghosh and Tubin Ghosh. They have a common paper. The title is The Quest for Quality Education. I request Sneha Ghosh to kindly share her screen. She is from Jadavpur University, India.
Am I audible, ma'am?
And you are audible.
Okay. So thank you, IPEM, for giving me such opportunity. And I'm very much enriched by the speakers who have already delivered their speech with us. So this is my topic. My work is an analytical insight on professional qualification of school teachers in Indian Sundarban Delta. And I would like to share some of my thoughts on the grading system which are existing and what should be or what is the modified according to me and my guide, Professor Tuhin Ghosh. We all know that for any institution, quality improvement is an important task which lies on the top of the most agendas, many committees, commissions. But it can be conceptualized as input process and output parameter, where quality lies in between input and output. So what are the input parameters? Those are that what we are giving to learners or students for their growth and development. It may be some infrastructural inputs. It may be a number of teachers. It may be many things. But can we able to assess the quality of a school when professional qualification of a teacher is not included here? This is very important slide for my work. As we are saying here, there are 10 indicators what are existing and which are followed for making a grade of a school. Suppose a school having grade 8. This is very low type of school and very good playground, very good library, very good toilet, everything is there. But teacher is not professionally excellent and she or he is not able to give her best. So how we can assess the school as good? How we can assess it as excellent, or how we can put it grade 8? So I am little dissatisfied with the existing grading pattern, as professional qualification is not included here as a parameter or as an indicator. There are 7 parameters related to physical infrastructure which are marked in blue ink. There are 2 parameters related to teacher, but the 2 parameters are related to number of teachers, and I personally think number of teachers are not enough to judge the condition of school. It all lies the art of teaching. What a teacher can gather from professional courses, right? I think you all are saying that. I have done a case study in my study area, which is an island block of Indian Sundarban Delta. So what is my objective? I have the key points. Number one is to find the scenario of distribution of teachers, not by number, by their professional qualification, by their degrees, by the in-service trainings, what they have. And to make a new grade and to detect the changes between old and new, and to analyze the fact, what is the differences. So before going to the result, I would like to share why professional quality, why I think on that. We all know that professional preparation of teachers has been recognized to be crucial for qualitative improvement of education before independence. The Woods Dispatch, the Hunter Commission, many committee and commissions like Yashpal Committee, Kothari Commission, and PE National Curricular Framework for Teacher Education, they all said about the professional strengthening. Why? Because professional strengthening helps to know the art of teaching, and it will help the teacher to transform the knowledge from textbook to practical. It will help the student to learn joyful learning. So what is the result? Let's have a look on the distribution of schools first. There are maximum schools are co-educational, almost 98%. If we follow figure 3D, we will be able to know that maximum schools are primary and other and rest are secondary schools, and almost 90% schools in the study area are run by Department of Education. So what is the result? Yes, this is very striking and little dissatisfaction is there, because maximum number of schools having minimum number of trained teacher. The figure 60% schools are there where teachers or trained teachers are only 20%. Is it a picture of quality education? I don't think so. Maybe the school is very good in infrastructure, maybe, but I don't think this school is able to get a grade like 7 or 8 or 9. So what I have done, for easy analysis, I have converted the grade to quality. We all know that quality is a very hot topic to us. In everywhere we find quality, quality in dress, quality in food. So why not quality in school? I have made 5 scales here: high quality or good, satisfactory, medium or average, not satisfactory, and low or bad or poor. So what is the result? When I consider professional qualification as indicator of grading, the result is completely different and opposite. A sharp decline is observed in percentage in case of high and satisfactory, and a sharp increasing is profound in case of not satisfactory and poor quality. So what is the scenario? This scenario is completely present scenario, and if we can't take the professional qualification of teacher, what was the actual scenario? It was completely opposite. So through a map, I think it will be more clear to us if we follow the colors. In figure 6a, if we follow the map, we will be able to see there are dominance number of blue and pink shade, which is good and satisfactory. So this is the condition where when we are only taking physical parameters or number of teachers. But in case of 6b, what grade we have made, here we will be able to see maximum schools are under condition of not satisfactory and poor condition. So this was my work. I just wanted to emphasize that only physical inputs and number of teachers are not able to justify a school's condition. We should think more comprehensive idea of grading, which may be useful for future school planning and management, which may be useful for a clear picture of present scenario and for improvement the quality of education for the students, for the learners. So with the hope, let's try to educate up but not away. That was my work, and thank you everyone.
Thank you, Sneha. That was a good presentation. Let me announce few important information for the students, for the participants who are here. First of all, be ready with your presentation that you have shared with us. And you are supposed to share your presentation on your hand. Second thing is that the sequence of the presenter has already been given. So please be stick with that sequence and be ready according to your turn. And then the time limit also. As we have already told you that 5 to 7 minutes will be given to each participant. So kindly summarize the paper within the time limit. So the participant the next participant we have is an international participant from LA University, Israel, Dr. Miri Bain Amram, and she is going to present her paper on teachers and students' attitude towards e-teaching during COVID-19. Dr. Miri Bain, can you listen to me? Dr. Miri Bain, are you there?
Yes. Good morning.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning. And one more thing, the next participants are Dr. Veena Gujra from Central University and Dr. Sangeeta from Central University of Paris. So I request these participants to be ready for your turn. Thank you, Dr. Miri. And now you can share your screen and start your presentation.
Okay, and can you see my? Can you hear me and see? Can you hear me and you see my picture?
Can you share? Can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you, and I can see your presentation.
Okay. I will start. Okay. Okay. Good morning for everyone. I'm Miri Ben Amram. I'm from Ariel University in Israel. All the study I will make with Professor Onitza Davidovich from Ariel University in Israel. We make a two study in Israel during COVID-19. Added to online learning perspective from research found in two stages, and one comparative perspective among teachers from Israel and Belarus, and the next study was among students from Israel. I will now show the first study, comparative from among teachers from Israel and Belarus. The purpose of the study was examined to teacher perspective from Israel and Belarus in 4 indices: personal perspective, advantage and disadvantages from a teacher and learning, indices of good teaching, interest, order, and organize, and the teacher interpersonal interaction with the student and the teaching staff. The population was 124 teachers from Israel, 77 teachers from Belarus, The gender was 38 men and 163 women. The age from 23 years to 73 years. Seniority of the teacher was average like 60. Now, the study examined four indicated. Hativa cognitive effective model. Two areas followed Hativa. Effective model. Interest, order, and organization. Interpersonal interaction. And two other areas explored in the study follow the model devised by Cohen and Davidovich. Benefit for the students and a personal preference of the teacher. This is a Hativa model that presents the best teaching metrics. We can see in the model the categories, cognitive effect community and effective classroom environment. The result of the study in the four dimensions mean personal precedence, benefit, order and organize, and interaction. We can see that in Israel, interaction was the higher average in all domains. This is the diagram. We can see in the diagram that teachers in Israel have higher presence of e-learning in all the categories that we see. Teacher prefers that their quality of life had improved following the transition to e-learning. For indicate a teacher from teaching from teachers' home save time preparation to travel to school. Teacher in Israel showed a higher level interpersonal interaction with students and colleagues than teacher in Belarus. No difference were found a major benefit for students for in the dimension of interest, order, organization, and teaching. Teachers in Israel were found to have significant better command of teaching skills than teachers in Belarus. We more command there is no technological means, the more international communication. Female teachers were found to form higher international communication than male teachers in e-teaching. The second study we commend was a case study in Israel, attitude to online learning, representative students from Israel. The purpose of this research was the online short-time temporary solution following COVID-19 period, or an event that follows from change in teaching and learning patterns in the past COVID-19 area in education system. The second question was what the personal preference to study to online learning after experiencing it. And the second question was what dimension was significant of student in online teaching, school present, cognitive teaching present, and emotion personal present. We can hear the model that exists, the growth theory. You can see three dimensions: extended need, related needs, and grow needs. All of them was the theory that we grow. The existent related growth theory was a person might engage concurrently significant need from different groups: existence need, physiological needs, and security needs. Related need, the need of social improvement, and grow need, that to need develop personal skill that constitute the relative target versus other individual. There we can see that there are three Gerson, Anderson, Archer say that the tree learning research assume that learning that occurs in the online lesson through interaction between teacher and student as three main elements. And we can see here the three elements: presence and social, emotion presence, interactional cognitive present. In this study, we can include that the related need, including social present, personal growth need, including interactional cognitive present, and physical extended need with the dimension of personal emotion present. The population of this study was including 360 students, 134 male students, and 172 females. 38 students were elementary school, 97 of the students were enjoyed high school, and 171 were in high school. We wanted to examine the existence of technological research from online learning in students' home. We can see that 85% have this exempt. And we also checked that the type of the lesson preferred by the students. We can see that 41% prefer combined lesson. It's asynchronous and synchronous too. Also, we can check the research cognitive and emotional. We can see three categories in here, also in the diagram. One was social presence, the second was emotional elementary present, and international cognitive present. In the end of this study, we can see that the result of the study among the students, that the first category that was the effective one was the social presence. The second was personal emotion present, and the last was interactional cognitive present. That the recent finding was one, social present, including personal interaction between student and teacher and between student and their classmates, had the highest mind in e-teaching. Two, personal emotion present, check the students' comfort in the online learning process. In instruct, in online lesson, the students can move at will around the room without disturb his classmate. He can dress as he likes, and there is no recommended that they wear a school uniform. He doesn't not need prefer to a trip and waste a lot of time to the way from school. 3, intellectual and cognitive presence. Students need to translate the online teacher, improve their learning ability, as they were not expensive to describe the proper product to lesson is not disturbed by other students. The most important the message for this study, that we must do not waste a good crisis for e-learning. The education system must not waste the COVID-19 era crisis, but to learn to get better toward online learning, because it's the very important issue in this to study. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. And hello, everyone. This is Amreen Khan from IPEM.
And now I'll be announcing the names of the participants. So I would request Dr. Reena Godra from Central University of Rajasthan, India, to share the presentation on the topic that is Teacher for Generation Next. Along with this, I would request Dr. T. Sangeeta and Pipit Novita to be ready with you.
Hello everyone. I'll begin with my presentation. The title of my paper is Teacher Education for Generation Next. And I would also like to share why I took up this paper. I have been involved with teacher education and especially with the internship since long. And always we used to find a gap between what we are preparing and what the school needs. And many a times when our student teacher used to go to school, the school will tell them keep your all B.Ed styles aside, because that is not going to work. So it made me think that where are we wrong? What are we doing wrong that we are not able to give the teacher which the schools are requiring. So why teacher education has to change for this generation next, and one of the basic reason is because the schools are changing. We find that schools have changed at a faster pace than the teacher education institution. We find all these schools are having best technology, smart classrooms and all this, and we are still struggling to introduce ICT in teacher education. So there is a vast gap. So when these teachers, after completing their teacher education program, when they go to schools, they are not able to deliver because the schools are become more technocrat. They are quite ahead than the times. Now, another reason is why we need to bring changes in the teacher education is that we are going to face now more multicultural, multilingual classrooms. We already had a diverse classrooms, India being a diverse country, but now still the nature will change because now we see that there is more migration being taking place. A person in India is migrated to Canada and doing work. Some Canadian is coming to India. So we see this kind of migration also taking place, wherein person from one country to another country is shifting. So are our teachers competent enough to deal with these kind of diverse classrooms wherein we have the global scenario where the students from different countries are existing in the classrooms? Are we training the teachers with that global perspective? Is my teacher equipped with giving an illustration to a student who has come from a Canada? The teacher herself should know about the cultural or ethnic background of that nation. Then only she will be able to give that kind of illustrations. So there is a need that we bring this global perspective in our teacher education program, and how we can nurture these future teachers so that they can be able to manage these cultural complexities which we are going to face. Now, there's a global need that we need to have global networking. In this pandemic, we have seen that there are no boundaries now. Right? A person sitting in Gujarat can be taught by a person staying in another state or at across the nation. So there is a need that we start learning through international collaboration. How will I train my teachers in global competencies unless and until I become global? Unless and until we have that international collaboration, unless and until we change. So if you want to prepare the global teachers, we need to have international collaborations like this seminar, which is an international. So we are coming to know what the other people are doing in the other parts of the country. So can we have global internship? Because now in this pandemic, we all have learned technology, though we were, the teachers were adamant, they did not wanted to adopt the technology, but very swiftly we have adopted because we were not faced with any choice. And can we have this kind of international level of internship? Can my students studying in India can enter the classroom somewhere in the other part of the nation and do the internship? We can think about all these opportunities. There is a need that we explore such kind of possibilities. Then only the generation next teacher can be prepared. The world has become digital, especially we see now in this pandemic situation. Everything is online. We are struggling. Most of the teachers are struggling how to do online teaching, online assessment, and the generation next is going to be a digital world. And we are seeing there are so many MOOC courses coming up. There are so many other platforms which are coming up. Online materials are being developed. So are our teacher education institutions training teachers for this coming digital world? And we have seen that, yes, we have not trained because we are facing lots of difficulty. We as a teacher educators are facing a difficulty to take up the online classes. We are struggling, we are learning, we have learned a lot, and maybe now we will not move back and we have to move further on. And our teachers have also accepted. But here we realized that, yes, we were not equipped for this digital kind of change. But the future will be the digital world. So there is a need that we equip our teachers with this kind of technologies. The work demands are changing. Why do I think that the student teacher who is undergoing the teacher education program is going to become just a teacher? Why we are not exploring the other job opportunities which can be made available? The teacher can be content developer. I do not want to enter into a school and become a regular teacher. I can be a content developer. I can be a freelancer. Am I training my teachers in this content development in my teacher education? Are we looking for these aspects also, that there are other avenues also, and we should not be restricting our teacher that you will be going and sitting in a classroom with the four walls and there will be students sitting in front of you and you will be teaching? We should visualize the change which is taking place at a faster rate. So prepare them for being a content developer. Why can't they be an entrepreneur? Why can't they have their own institution? Why can't they start a school? Are we preparing them for saying that, yes, if you do not want to be a teacher, if you want to be an entrepreneur, this is the process. This is the way you can open your own schools. Is that component being taken care of in the teacher education? Are my teachers, student teachers, going to be teachers just in India? Or they would like to explore outside India also? But am I equipping them that if they want to go in other parts of the nation, then it should be a very swift journey for them. They should be knowing well in advance that if I go to that part of the country, this is going to be the scenario. Am I giving that exposure? So we have to think for this. Can they be an education license? Can they be a consultant? Like if somebody, we have consultant in different fields. We have seen that, we are not equipped with certain things and we'll go to that consultant and he will help us, okay, do this process or I will do on your behalf. Similarly, can these teacher education institutions prepare a consultants or education license who can help the other people? Like somebody wants to open a school and this person is becoming a consultant and he will help him. I will do all the documentation for you. Have we thought of all this? They can be a teaching learning material developer. Now we have so many other platforms. If you see this Byju's and so many things are coming up. Can we train our teachers to be like that? Can they have their own app? Can they have their own academic forum there? Are we equipping them for that? So these things should be thought of for preparing the generation next. So we need to think about the global competence because the nature of the job is changing. We need to train them for the virtual teacher also. Are we training them for that? So today's teacher has to do all these tasks. They don't have to just teach in the classrooms. They have to be instruction specialists. They have to be curriculum specialists. They have to be catalyst for change. They have to be classroom supporter and lot many things which we have discussed. So these teacher education institutions have now to change. Immediate change is needed in them so that they can prepare the global teachers and they can not be just a local teacher. Teacher education program should now move from local to global. The teacher education institutions should be now ready to train the generation next teachers with the global competence. We are talking about 21st century skills. Am I as a teacher educator having this 21st century skills? First, I should think about it so that I can bring this 21st century skills in my future teachers. So with this, I end my presentations and I thank for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. And now, I would like to request Dr. T. Sangeeta from Central University of Rajasthan, India,
Stop your
share her PPT on on the topic that is development of a scale to measure the attitude towards online teaching learning of students. Along with this, I would request Pipin Novita, Shalini Chauhan, and Dr. Vinod
Can you
Kumar.
see my screen share? Good afternoon to one and all. Thank you for this opportunity to present my paper in this international conference. My paper headed as Development of a Scale to Measure the Attitude Towards Online Teaching Learning of Students at University Level. At the onset of March 2020, most of our campuses were closed. And even before any student was tested positive for COVID-19, the schools, colleges, and universities were considered as hotbeds of coronavirus, and it had to be closed. As a result of the pandemic situation, teaching learning process had a complete transformation and moved towards online teaching. As a teacher, till that day, we were teaching offline and we were using technologies, but not to that extent. Students and teachers face their struggles while accessing online platforms. Students are a vulnerable group with regard to mental health, and this pandemic did have an impact on their learning. Students had a difference of opinion, interest, and attitude towards the sudden change of techno pedagogy. While we were in this transition period, I just thought of like, let us, let me try how these students are coping up with this technology. So I planned, as I was teaching through online, I just had a plan of constructing a tool where students, whether they were comfortable with this kind of technology or online classes. So the need and significance of the study was in this 21st century. As I told, we are away from traditional education, but we were not completely transformed to online education or technology-based education. But this pandemic has pushed us forward to the transformation of education into online. Students and teachers have started to accept this change. After a period, after 6 months, we could say, teachers had to take up this and students also had to take up the online education, which enables them to set their own learning pace. It allows a better balance of work and study. It results in time management skills, virtual learning, provides and to accept responsibilities, more autonomy and intellectual freedom. There is access to diverse study material in the form of videos, ebooks. We came across so many webinars, so many webinar series of webinars and conferences in online. And the students, teachers started referring ebooks for students. They started giving their recorded lectures for students. All these were taken up during this period. Teachers can integrate the study material with discussions and blended learning models to help the students to select the appropriate subject and achieve their goals. And on the other hand, online education was also cost effective compared to the traditional education. E-learning empowers the interacting powers of students. The introverts felt that they can interact with the teachers since it was online. They were free to contact teachers then and there whenever they had their problem in teaching learning. Online education has developed to its peak on the arrival of the internet. Since today's generation is well versed in the use of technologies, aim of the study, it was to construct and validate a scale on students at university level. So I just took up my university itself for the data collection, constructed statements for the questionnaire, and the statements were discussed among the experts in the field. And based on the viewpoints of the experts, 32 items were finalized. A sample of 120 university students from Central University of Rajasthan was taken for the pilot study.
out of which 72 were male students and 48 were female students. Item total correlation method was used to collect and study the data. The analysis is performed to purify the measure by eliminating unwanted items before determining the factors that represents the construct. That is the meaning of the average measure. So the present study mainly focused on the correlation value 0.3 to 0.6. So the attitude towards online teaching learning scale was constructed and validated by the researcher. Item total correlation value of each item was calculated for a sample of 120. By doing item analysis, few statements were rejected. Out of 32 statements, 19 statements were selected. So this is the scoring method followed for the items. It was of only positive items. There were no negative questions. It had a rating scale with strongly agree, agree, no idea, disagree, and strongly disagree with score values. Reliability and validity was also done for the tool. Through Cronbach Alpha, it was 0.904. And validity of the tool for attitude towards online teaching learning scale. The education implications for this tool. Online education after the pandemic has gained its popularity among working professionals and students pursuing higher education. It paves way to schedule the full-time employment, internships, and caring for family. An online course motivates self-discipline and involves students to set their goals, tracking progress, and meeting deadlines. Online learning does not end up in isolation. It offers discussion forums, emails, and one-on-one support. Online learning programs creates an opportunity for children from the weaker society, economic background, who have limited access to learning resources, that is to the teachers, textbooks, and infrastructure. So the techno-based education will provide global network for rural students. Before going into the suggestions, this questionnaire was constructed by me to see the attitude of students in our own institution, our own university. Since there were so many studies going on, which we could see in the internet and as well as throughout the world. After pandemic, there were so many studies going on related to these online teaching. So I just wanted to find out how much our students are coping up to it, how much they are interested towards that, and how the teachers are also accomplishing this kind of teaching. Or suggestions for the study, orientation on online can be conducted by educationists to advance their skill in curriculum implementation and policy making. At the onset of new normal, education through online mode is to be made relevant to the needs of the future. Students can be conducted in the studies can be conducted in other central universities also. Study can be conducted for students related to their interest, perception towards online classes at university level. The investigator is hopeful that this scale would be helpful to measure the level of attitude towards online teaching and learning. Hence, the constructed tool will be useful for the investigator to measure the extent level of attitude towards online teaching and learning among students of university level for future studies and research. Policymakers can inculcate online teaching and learning topics in the curriculum at the higher education level, and the institutions can organize workshops and seminars for teacher educators to equip the teachers with knowledge and application of techno-pedagogy in the academic process. And
for your presentation. And now I would request Pipit Novita to please share your PPT A topic that is educating future teachers
So I just
beyond
wanted to
teaching
share the screen
from
with the
Unity of Bristol, England. Along with this, I would request Ms. Shalini Chauhan, Dr. Vinod Kumar Shanwal, and Ms. Pooja Gupta to be present with their presentation.
Hi everyone, I'm Pipit Novita from the University of Bristol. Um, First of all, I would like to thank you to the committee for the effort in organizing this conference. In this special occasions, I would like to present my study entitled Educating Future Teachers Beyond Teaching, Exploring Stakeholder Views on the Quality of Pre-Service English Teacher Education in Indonesia. This is an ongoing research. In this presentation, I'm going to talk about my research problem, research aim, conceptual framework, method, and preliminary findings of this study. Before that, I'm going to tell you about the program structures of pre-service teacher education in Indonesia. So in Indonesia, pre-service teacher education is a 4-year bachelor degree program at university to prepare students to join the teaching profession. The program consists of coursework and fieldwork, such as school observation and practicum teaching. Typically, students have a coursework and a school observation in the first 6 semester, followed by practicum teaching, research and writing a mini thesis in the 7th and 8th semesters. So, according to Ingversen and Rowley in 2017, there are 3 main stages of policies for assuring the quality of beginning teacher, which is recruitment, accreditation, and entry to the profession policy. In Indonesia, these policies are quite problematic. So there has been a concern on the quality of teacher education graduates. First of all, there is no high-stake entry requirement for entering teacher education. National entrance test only applies in state university, which cover a small number of institutions. As an example, from 405 English teacher educations, only 13% of them are state institutions and other 80% of them private institutions. High reputable universities might employ selection process due to the limited spaces, but there are many other institutions which provide pre-service training without a tight selection process. As a result, there is a significant discrepancies in the quality of teacher education. For instance, in the English teacher education program, there are only 9% teacher education with high accreditation. Around 62% of them are average and 29% of them are with low accreditation. But every year, this teacher education, regardless of their differences in the quality, keep on graduating teachers. And these teachers go to the teaching profession and teach our young generations. So how do we make sure that the quality of graduate from different quality of teacher education meets the expectation while the accreditation is only done once in every 5 years? So there is an urgent need to address the problem regarding the quality of teacher education with a multiple perspective. This is the problem that my research is going to investigate. So this research aims to explore how stakeholders perceive the quality of pre-service English teacher education regarding the influential aspects, strengths, weaknesses, and possibilities for improvement. To get a balanced perspective, the views of student teachers, educators, deans, head of department, teacher graduates, and their principals were taken into account. Adopting the stakeholder-related concept of the quality introduced by Harvey and Green in 1993, the quality concept of teacher education in this study defined as a fitness for purpose and transformative. Quality as fitness for purpose can be defined as a teacher's education's ability to respond to the needs of student teachers to meet standards for what beginning teachers should be able to know and to do in their teaching professions, and transformative in the sense of enhance, empower, and develop students into a professional teacher. To investigate the problem, a logic model conceptual framework was designed to explore the influential aspects in the input, process, outcome, and impact of teacher education. Besides that, this study put contextual factor as well into account. This conceptual framework guides the development of these research questions. Each research question is the representative of each category of stakeholders. Research question 1 for student teacher, research question 2 for educators, research question 3 for the deans and head of department, research question 4 from teacher graduates, and research question 5 from the principal. And research question 6 is an overarching question for all stakeholders, giving perspectives about contextual factors which affect the quality of teacher education. The data was collected with mixed method complex study. So Creswell and Plana-Cork in 2018 defined a mixed method complex study as a mixed method where the core design was combined with another method, in this case a qualitative, in the same project. So, so in my study, research question 1, C, and D regarding vision, coherence, and opportunities to enact practice and career attention were investigated using mixed method explanatory design. The findings will then combined and combine with the other findings from different methods, which investigates different influential aspects from different stakeholders, for example, from the deans of the Faculty of Education. The study was conducted in 2 teacher education, a private and state teacher education, as the representatives of the types of institutions in Indonesia. The quantitative data was collected using existing questionnaire from coherence and assignment study in teacher education. The survey is a valid measure which has been used in several countries such as Finland, Norway, Cuba, Chile, the USA, and Malaysia. The quantitative data was taken from 409 survey respondents, in which 244 respondents from private and 165 respondents from state teacher education. The quantitative data was analyzed using descriptive statistics. The qualitative data was taken from 14 student teachers, 8 educators, 2 deans of faculty of education, 2 head of English department, 8 teacher graduates, and their principal from both teacher education. The qualitative data was analyzed using thematical data analysis. Here are some initial funding of research questions from student teachers. Research question 1, explore the motivation joining teacher education. Research question 1B, focusing on the quality of educators. Research question 1C, investigate vision, coherent opportunities to enact practice in the program. And research question 1D, asking about student-teacher career attention. So when the students were asked why they want to join teacher education, first of all, they like English language as a subject. So they're interested in English language. And the second one, because the parent suggestion, sometimes it is influenced because their parents are teachers. And then also some of them say that because they were not accepted at the desired faculty like law, medicine, etc. When the student asked about the quality of educators, they were asked about what characteristic that they like from the educators and what the characters that they don't like from their educators. Most of them like the good characters of the educators. So they like because they have a broad knowledge, well-planned lessons, and have a creative teaching methods. And then majority have students have positive views of the program. They think that the program is coherent, but it needs more opportunities to enact practice. The surface findings show low interest of student teachers to prioritize teacher as their career attention. In the questionnaire, the students were asked to choose one of career attention among the other career attention, such as practitioner, entrepreneurs, and others, where they can specify what the other career orientation they want. Only 25.4% private students and 37 student teacher who prioritize teacher as their career attention. The interview findings reveal several contextual factors which influence their decision as interest, socioeconomic, and the nature of the job of a teacher itself. So one of the implications of this study is for teacher education to educate future teachers beyond teaching. Educators should become role models for future teachers, change their mindset to embrace the changes and challenges and explore possibilities for improvement, and also awareness of the global knowledge in their field. That's all from me now. Thank you for your kind attention.
Now, I would like to request Ms. Shalini Jauhar or Dr. Vinod Kumar Shanwal from Gautam Buddha University, India, to share their PPT on the topic that is a study of secondary school teachers' readiness towards pedagogy and open pedagogy. There is a combined paper of these two lectures. Along with this, I would request Ms. Pooja Gupta and Mr. K. Jagadish to please be ready with their presentation.
Hope I am audible. Good afternoon to all. I'm Shalini Johar, research scholar, Gautam Buddha University. And this is a joint paper with my guide, Dr. Vinod Kumar Shanwal, sir. The title of my paper is A Study of Secondary School Teachers' Readiness Towards Pedagogy and Open Pedagogy. Not abstract. ICT has revolutionized learning for students and teachers. It has provided immense opportunities for connecting with people, to availability of volumes of open educational resources. Now teaching learning has become learning-centered, self-directed, social, peer-to-peer, inquiry-based, and cooperative. Education has transformed from pedagogy to new approaches like open pedagogy, self-education, that is pedagogy. No doubt, these approaches will prove to be sustainable with the global health crisis that are going on. Therefore, the aim of this paper is to identify secondary school teachers' acceptance of technology and to investigate their readiness towards pedagogy and open pedagogy. In today's modern world, a person's career, irrespective of their field, requires constant self-development and skills improvement. The person himself wants to get updated and regularly study throughout his profession is in great demand. That's why the pedagogical challenge is less concerned with imparting factual knowledge but turning learners to self-learners who continue learning their lifetime. Pedagogy and open pedagogy are as such learner-centered approaches which have important implications for practice in the 21st century. Pedagogy practices peer-to-peer learning, that is decentered learning and purely online. Open pedagogy promotes OERs in teaching, learning, and co-creation of knowledge. NAP 2020 focuses on increased usage and integration of technology, but that doesn't mean that all teachers are techno-savvy or well-versed in ICT. So this research would throw light on the teacher's perception towards inclusion of technology in assisting teaching learning. It would also help the stakeholders to understand the technology better, the teachers better, and contemplate on how their decision on implementing of ICT are interpreted by the teachers. This study will also create awareness among secondary school teachers to use pedagogy and open pedagogy in classroom. It will also help learners to maximize their learning process by learning independently, individually, collaboratively, and sharing knowledge freely. Now, I would wish to skip this review of literature. I just only want to tell you that theoretical framework of this research is based on Vygotsky theory of socio-constructivism, that is peer-to-peer learning. And the proximal zone of development is related to the difficulty that the learner can overcome with the help of peer. Methodology. Research survey was conducted, just a second. Research survey was conducted with the help of Google Form because this research has been done in the lockdown itself. For this, URL link was posted on WhatsApp of the secondary school teachers of India throughout contacts. The intent was to get maximum responses, but only 96 teachers of 22 schools responded nicely. Questions were based on personal details, computer knowledge, internet experience, readiness, attitude, efforts, and resources available. These questions were aimed to know the personal data as well as the internet experience they all have and their readiness and attitude towards their teaching learning. Now, the analysis and interpretation of data. What is the level of technology acceptance among secondary school teachers? This was the first thought process while doing this research. The 4 items were there, and the finding was that the majority of teachers strongly agree that they had never that they had used online classes before lockdown, but 16 students never did online classes before this lockdown, and 41 teachers have the computer knowledge, but they were not taking classes with the help of computer. They were just taking only physical classes, though they knew how to use internet. 100% of the teachers knew how to use internet and they were using, but not for the teaching purpose they have used for it. The next question, what is the level of readiness for pedagogy among secondary school teachers, and what is the level of readiness for open pedagogy among secondary school teachers? For this, 25 items were there, and for that, and they were divided under 3 aspects. One was readiness towards learning, attitude towards technology, and availability of resources. And the following questions were there on which this research was done. Now, coming to the discussion part, taking just less of time, it is clear from this research that secondary school teachers have very positive attitude towards technology in education, as well as using open pedagogy and pedagogy approaches in teaching and learning process. But pedagogy, they found it more easier to use as comparison to open pedagogy, though OERs are available, but they found that peer-to-peer learning, they can do it easily while taking online classes. They seem to realize the importance of using technology in education as it helps to prepare students for 21st century, and usage of the both learner-centered approaches will make learners self-directed and lifelong learners. The teachers are willing to adapt and adopt to the changes and are ready to try new approaches. Their positive attitude shows that they wish to take efforts to adapt with the new technological changes. They wish to explore pedagogy and open pedagogy approaches in their teaching. I wish to sum up. In order to promote pedagogy and open pedagogy approaches in class, the institution should provide sufficient facilities, materials, and help to the teacher. This would help to create interest and awareness among the teachers. Government initiatives are also required. In NEP 2020, online learning has been given huge importance, but there are no educational policies which clearly specify e-learning programs, though government digital educational initiatives like SWAYAM, EPG Pathshala, Vidwan, Vidya Mitra, One India, One Digital Platform, GYAN, etc., are trying to fulfill objectives, equity, quality, and access of educational policy. But there is a long road ahead. Lack of standards of e-content development and e-content delivery has to be sincerely looked upon. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. I would like to request all the presenters to please switch on their cameras while presenting their paper. Along with this, I would also request all the presenters to end their presentation within the time limit, that is 5 to 7 minutes. Now, I would request Ms. Pooja Gupta from BVD University, India, to present their paper or her paper on the topic, that is emerging issues and trends in education and teachers' commitment in 21st century. Apart from this, I would also request Mr. K. Jagdish and Dr. Elena to be ready with their presentation. Now, I would request Ms. Pooja Gupta to please be ready with your presentation and share your PPT, please. I hope there is a technical issue, and I think Ms. Pooja Gupta is unable to share the PPT. So now I would like to request the next presenter, that is Mr. K. Jagadish from University of Madras, India, to present the paper, and the topic is Review of Related Literature on Techno-Pedagogy in Higher Education. So I would like to request you to please share your PPT.
Good afternoon, honorable present here. I am Jagdish, guest lecturer in the Department of Education, University of Madras. My topic is Review of Related Literature on Techno-Pedagogy in Higher Education. Online learning, the medium of tomorrow. If a country is to be corruption-free and become a nation of beautiful minds, I strongly feel... Yes, ma'am?
I just want to request you to please switch on your camera while presenting your paper.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. If a country is to be corruption-free and become a nation of beautiful minds, I strongly feel there are three key societal members who can make a difference. They are the father, the mother, and the teacher, by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. The teacher education is nothing but to promote the teaching skill, pedagogical theory, and professional skills. Techno-pedagogy. The use of information technology can engage learners in the four-step process, as described by Cope in the book Experiential Learning in 1984, where he identified the steps in the following manner, that is watching, thinking, feeling, doing. It is nothing but multisensory teaching approach. Objectives of the study: to review the related literature on techno-pedagogy in higher education, to identify the theoretical, practical basis for the effective integration of techno-pedagogy in higher education. The methodology of the paper, the qualitative descriptive research design, has been used in the present paper to represent a comprehensive summarization about techno-pedagogy based on the reviews of related literature collected by me. This is the summarization. The first paper, the topic is Techno-Pedagogical Skill in Teacher Education in the year 2014 in Tamil Nadu, country of India. The second paper is a study on implementation of techno-pedagogical skill, its challenge and role of releases at higher level of education in 2015 in India. That is the qualitative paper. The third paper is the topic Techno-Pedagogical Skill of Secondary Teacher Education Students. That is survey method paper conducted in Kerala in India 2016. The fourth paper is Infusion of Techno-Pedagogy in Elementary Teacher Education Curriculum, Perspectives and Challenges. That is a content analysis paper. This paper also conducted Kerala State in India in 2017. The fifth paper is a survey paper, Factors Affecting Techno-Pedagogical Competencies and Critical Thinking Skills of Pre-Service Mathematics Teacher, that is Turkey in 2017. The sixth paper, the qualitative papers conducted the state of Punjab and Rajasthan in India 2017. The topic is Techno-Pedagogy Practices in Teacher Education. The seventh paper conducted by Dhanavati in 2018. This is also in India. The topic is Techno-Pedagogy Skills of Teacher Educators. The eighth paper in India in 2018, the topic is Attitude of Teachers Towards Techno-Pedagogy. The last paper, the topic is a study on techno-pedagogical and content knowledge of BA student teachers in Puducherry region This is also survey paper. The findings of these papers is there is significant difference between male and female teacher educators in the techno-pedagogical skill. There is significant difference between urban and rural teacher educators in the techno-pedagogical skill. Teacher educators can be encouraged organization programs to develop their techno-pedagogical skill. Teacher educators can be recommended mini projects to improve their techno-pedagogical skill. This is one paper finding. The another findings is technology improves the learning and makes the teaching learning process more interesting. The third one, techno-pedagogy is a key, a deciding factor for the hybrid approach of meta teaching. Techno-pedagogical skills in the classroom redefine established teaching learning styles. Thus, techno-pedagogical skill of teacher trainees play a pivotal role in the acquisition of knowledge and competency. Integration of technology, content, and pedagogy knowledge helps the teacher to teach effectively in the present scenario. A TPAC helps the teacher to update their knowledge and skills, which leads to enhance their professional development. And technology enhanced classroom climate promotes confidence among learners, encouraged to learn, easy to access to their convenience and long-term retention will be there. A techno-pedagogy has given outstanding weightage in the newly revised elementary teacher education syllabus. But to facilitate pre-service teachers to improve their techno-pedagogical skills, the present teacher education scenario has to improve upon most of the impeding factors. Techno-pedagogical competencies have been determined to be mid-level for pre-service elementary mathematics teacher. So the Indian government has established the National Curriculum Framework in 2005 to emphasize on giving connectivity, valuable and helpful content and low-cost computing strategies and equipments to all the higher education institutions. But the cultural, socio-economic, time and geographical barriers obstruct the techno-pedagogical practices in higher education. Now, the situation is slowly changing, and most of the teachers and students of higher education are using ICT tools for their teaching and learning process. Online registration and an online examination are being used by colleges as well as state and central universities. If all the teachers are willing to use a techno-pedagogic instruction, the quality of education will be enhanced very soon. Thank you for the giving opportunity. Thank you, Onandal.
Sir, for your presentation. Now, I would request Dr. Elena Ponomarewa to please share your presentation. She is from Area University, Israel, and her topic is how to accommodate with autism. Along with this, I would request Akansha Verma or Dr. Ishwat Naz and Sangeeta Singh to be ready with their presentation.
Hello for everyone. You hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Thank you. Hello everyone. My name is Alona. I'm from Ariel University. Today I want to present you a small part of our research work. How to accommodate with autism into higher education. In recent years, the state of Israel is undergoing a change in the attitude towards students with higher functional autism spectrum. We have three approaches between disabled and the community. First model, the nursing model, means if someone has disorder, we can give for him care support. Second model, The medical scientific model means that we want to give the medical treatment. And finally, a third model, in our society, we more and more use the educational humanistic model. The goal of the model to integrate a disabled person in society as much as possible. And we believe that everyone has the right to higher education. We believe that higher education is an important instrument of social development and of transmitting knowledge, and as a key to individual integration in society and in the workplace. The basic of current study is a case study at Ariel University, which provides support to address the needs of students with autism spectrum disorder and helps them reach their full potential. The project was started in 2008 with 2 students and currently includes 47 students. Back in August 2008, our college, Dr. Dorit Ortal, whose grandson was diagnosed as ASD, turned to the university, suggesting to start an academic program for autistic students. The university decided to promote the program for those students. Research shows that the integration of people with higher functional autistic students in the Israeli working market more than doubles if they have an academic degree. We believe that for better integration, all those students need organizational support and assistance, teaching and tolerant atmosphere in classroom. By the model, very important to lecture to give attention to cognitive component and either to atmosphere in classroom. We also build we also built a statistic theoretical model of the effect of organizational support on lecture attitudes. Our participants were 103 lecturers from the university. For tools, we used 5 supplementary questionnaires. Here you can see our results of the model. And we got the result that the university organization support is an important factor that influence the perfect system for integration, tolerant atmosphere, or social development method. Lecture involvement in class is the most important factor achieved by speaking with students in understanding the level of their knowledge and needs. The most stimulant result is the negative, you can see here, is the most stimulating result is the negative relation found between regular teaching method and tolerant atmosphere, you can see here. And in summary, organizational support has an important role in the integration of higher functional students on the university by creating a tolerant atmosphere in class and by choosing and implementing teaching methods that suit their needs. A supportive, tolerant atmosphere, positive relations with the teacher, and adequate teaching practice will enable the students to become, integrate, and develop their academic potential. Thank you for your attention. Excellent.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Now, I would like to request Dr. Ishrat Naz to present the paper. This is a combined paper of Ms. Akansha Verma and Dr. Ishrat Nas from Galgodias University, India. And their topic is Artificial Intelligence in Education with respect to naturopathy, learning and teaching. Along with this, I would request Ms. Sangeeta Singh and Dr. Alicia to be ready with their presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, I'm audible? Hello, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible. Please continue.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thanks to the organizers for providing me this opportunity to present my paper on this platform. I'm Akanksha from Galgodias University. My topic is Artificial Intelligence in Education with respect to naturopathy learning and teaching. As we all know, we all are living in 21st century, which is modern era. Everything is running by technology and now it's being implemented in our education system also. Our government is Our government make fantastic upgraded policies for the upliftment of education system, but one important aspect is still lagging behind, and that is healthcare education system. It can be added in our teaching learning process through our ancient healthcare system named naturopathy and can be made easier and smooth for learning and teaching through modern technology, artificial intelligence. And my objective is for that paper is exploring how artificial intelligence supports students and teachers in naturopathy education and exploring the future prospects of artificial intelligence in naturopathy. And for this purpose, I'm using the methodology by reviewing uh, various papers and the latest artificial intelligence research literature in education fields by using the key terms teacher training, education, naturopathy, and artificial intelligence. I intensively reviewed various authors, literatures, and journals. As a, I viewed Thierry Crescenti, that this is an author and wrote in 2019 and says in his paper, artificial intelligence in education need to prepare teachers for for tomorrow's school. Countries anticipate their teachers and students to act in responsible digital individuals at a certain time in accordance with the 21st century's dream. And kind of various authors are there which I reviewed. And what is artificial intelligence? In short, it is an IT industry that produces smart machines for functioning, something other than the human brain. Like we are using various things like mobile phones and computers, and we use some by speaking something like we are using Alexa and Siri, and we get anything which we cannot search, or we don't want to search by commanding them. And artificial intelligence and naturopathy, the main purpose, my motive that uh, uh, what is the relation between artificial intelligence with the naturopathy education, and that is what that we are giving everything to our students, but something that naturopathy education or healthcare education by which they can be aware about their health since their childhood. And if we implement in education, that it will be it will be fruitful for our students and our children for future. Application of artificial intelligence in naturopathy education. How can we apply artificial intelligence in naturopathy education? And that is additional support from artificial intelligence tutors could be provided for students. Artificial intelligence data will change now how school teach naturopathy. Students and educators may get useful input from artificial intelligence. In education, artificial intelligence can facilitate simple tasks such as grading systems. And what are the advantages to apply naturopathy in education system? Artificial intelligence helps students to practice their subjects better to make learning experience. It is the artificial intelligence implementation also decrease the language gap. As if we are teaching anything, some students feel language problem. So in our systems, we all have language translators. So it is helpful for that, for teaching. And artificial intelligence ideal for extremely unpredictable circumstances where decision making is made more accurate. And one more thing, disadvantages. Disadvantages of artificial intelligence is it is not accessible to all. As if we go to rural areas, it cannot be worked because it's not approachable to all the areas. And if we use AI robotic system, so they don't have feelings and emotions. They can teach, but they cannot feel, and they don't have emotions, and they don't have motherhood touch. So students can feel bored after some time. They can feel bored by the class or by the lecture. And what kind of school system we want to see in the future incorporated with artificial intelligence in naturopathy education. We have artificial intelligence has a strong impact on individuals and cultures. So if we use artificial intelligence in our school system, we can increase our content, we can increase our helpful contents like healthcare, and which is very much important by using the artificial intelligence, so that we can lessen the burden for teachers and for the students. And throughout this paper, I study the current literature to find out what skills and expertise we would have in an age of increasing artificial intelligence. And these are some authors I have studied. Some references are there. Thank you so much.
Now, I would request Ms. Sangeeta Singh from Gangodiyas University, India, to share her presentation on the topic, that is online teaching benefits, issues, and challenges. Along with this, I would request Dr. Alicia and Dr. Bhuvnesh Sharma and Mrs. Akansha Chauhan to be ready with their presentation.
Good afternoon to all of you. I am Sangeeta Singh. I am sharing my PPT, ma'am. Is it visible, ma'am?
Share screen.
Ma'am, I am facing some technical problem. Kindly share my PPT, please.
I would request the technical team to please share the PPT as there is a technical error. Anjali.
Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Sangeeta Singh and I am research scholar from Galgotia's University. And I am presenting my paper. The topic is online teaching benefits, issues and challenges with reference to secondary school students. Education is commonly known for the one key which might help everyone deals with any issue or difficulty that one might face throughout his or her life. It is additionally well known that resources are overall typically separated from the learner by time and period. This has driven to the recognition of alternative systems of teaching and learning. One such system of learning is online learning. A wider number of US and overseas schools are switching from the existing face-to-face culture to completely immersive web-based courses, usually referred to as a distance education or web-based education. Online education is presently the newest form of distance education. The new education policy 2020 released by the Education Ministry has emphasized on the growing demand of online education of the Indians. When all instructors take place remotely, few issues related to academic peers, engaging with the teachers and maintaining a personal social life can become a challenge. To overcome these problems and challenges in online teaching of secondary school students, needs to have provided training for teachers, technical support, and content development. This study aims to highlight the benefits and issues and challenges of online teaching with reference to secondary school students. And the introduction of this study is, in the society, the teacher always held the highest position and was equally respected by the students as well as parents. Today, Government of India providing free and compulsory education who wanted to learn and willing to gain knowledge. Online classes is another way of facilitating the students of children and continuously effort for giving customized teaching learning material to the student. In this sequence, the PM e-Vidya platform with 12 new DTH channels has recently launched by the central government for each classes to reach out to all stratas of society. As we have seen during COVID-19 alarming situation, many schools have shifted their base from traditional platform to virtual classroom society. Pandemic recently affected the teaching learning of more than 64.4% of the world student population and driving in 134 country worldwide closure. In March 2020, India also issued an advisory following by schools and educational institutions were immediately closed. In this critical situation, a large schooling infrastructure shut and the students restricted at their homes. It became imperative for schools to explore alternative methods of learning such as online learning. Many studies in India, there are a lot of challenges and issues for online teaching facing by teachers, instructors, student parents also. Now, what is online teaching? Online teaching offers us exciting opportunities for diverse students to broaden the learning environment and learn. There is shift away from top-down lectures and passive students to a more interactive, collaborative approach in which the educational process is co-created by students and teachers. Online education goes by many names and comes in a number of forms, but but at its core, audio, video, text, animation, interactive training environment, and live chats with teachers can be used. Online education has been shown to be more realistic than pure face-to-face training when it is used to its full potential. And what are the benefits from online teaching? There are some benefits. Student and instructor are gaining benefits from online teaching. The first is convenience. Convenience like time and space, cost effectiveness, and flexibility is offered by online teaching. Students are allowed to pursue an internationally recognized degree without the need to attend classes in traditional classroom setting. Our preferred online education, online learning allows one to study anywhere that has an internet access. It is a 24/7 online courses are available anytime and anywhere. Digital medium of further learning is the primary aim of Shagun. Shagun is it is recently launched by the government of India for giving online teaching and learning. Three e-learning platform which comes under the preview of Shagun. First is National Repository of Open Educational Resources. The second one is Diksha, and third one is e-Pathshala. Not only the students and teachers, but parents are also benefiting out of online courses. Parents can teach their children with online learning program anywhere, anytime, at their own stability, and child can improve their skills at home. Parents are very well knowing that their kids are getting the required personalized support. Cost effectiveness is the other benefit of online learning in comparison of traditional learning. It reduced training cost like travel, learning material, accommodation charges. As we can say, it is economical for parents. In the entire nation during COVID-19, facing major crisis in every field, education sector was so much affected with this problem. Most of the exam had been cancelled during the final assignments. At that time, HRD Minister Ramesh Pokhriyal advised students to using the digital learning platform to carry on with their studies. Easy access and technical reach will bring about a socio-economic difference in the Indian learners' lives. Now we have discussed about the issues faced by secondary school students. The first issue is internet connection, low internet connection. In India, only 24% students of urban areas have internet access. Internet connection is necessary for online teaching. Due to low internet connection, our students face many problems in online teaching. Secondary students face many problems and issue by teaching online. And the second is lack of computer knowledge. Due to this, they face difficulties with live classes, appropriately use of icons, MS Office, study material browsing, etc. And the third one is technology proficiency. Is the other issue of online teaching. Sometimes students do not know about login live classes, work creation and submission, transmission with friends and teachers. Online learning is difficult. Sometimes students become more hopeless to face it. In this situation, students need motivation to finish their task. Issues faced by teachers. Many educators being forced to teach their students from home as education shift online. As most of them are in traditional classroom teaching, we know all teachers are not aware of online teaching and learning and its operation. It makes it difficult for them often to vary their way of teaching. Until teaching student online training should be appropriate for teacher. Teachers do not find proper method for all the scholars to provide feedback. Teacher may sometimes feel concerned about the possibility of cheating in online learning. They think that students can cheat to urge the test to lead better and they interact with the students. Issues faced by parents. For college learners, teachers, and oldsters, online learning is new, unknown, and different. For lower grade students, it's particularly hard. More often, parents of these young learners should spend most of their time helping their children navigate platform, working on homework with them, and explaining the curriculum. This is true of all people who work from home. But what about those kids whose parents are moving to work? How are these parents able to help their kids? With this online learning, they have to check and concentrate longer to help their children figure out and master the subject. Parents that don't have IT skills face higher challenges. And in conclusion, we can say that online teaching gives the opportunity to the student to study as per his her convenience. Online learning is effective for all and has helped to the supplier in improving efficiency. Not only students but teachers and parents are also gaining benefits from online teaching. Parents are very well knowing that their kids are getting the required personalized support through online teaching. Although in all levels of teaching, online teaching has changed all components of teaching, but in India, online learning environment is new, and secondary school students face difficulties to adopt this new concept immediately in comparison of traditional classroom learning. This situation creates a lots of challenges and issues of online teaching that facing by teachers, students, and parents, as we discussed in this, as we discussed like lack of computer knowledge, Wi-Fi issue, lack of motivation, and low internet connection. Guardians also face many issues as parents who don't have IT skills face higher challenges due to online teaching. In conclusion, we can say that this opportunity to learn through online classes has given learners confidence to participate in online evaluation and thus be better prepared for the future. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, moving ahead, we have the international participant, Dr. Alicia, and I think due to some technical issue, she is not able to share her presentation. I am asking if she is able to, otherwise I have the video. I mean, Dr. Hannah is having the video, she can share the video of Alicia. Dr. Alicia, are you there? Can you share your presentation? Okay, then I'm requesting Dr. Hannah. Please play her video. And she has made her presentation.
Yes, sure. Just give me a minute.
And I will request Dr. Bhuvnesh Sharma and Dr. Kanika and Shikha Bhondiyal to be ready for the presentation. Dr. Hannah, the audio is not there. You cannot listen to the presentation. The sound is there. Please, I request you to please. is there sound attached with it? I'm sorry, Dr. Hannah, we cannot listen to any sound from your side. Because we are not able to see the presentation properly without sound. The presentation is there. Do we need to wait or we can proceed further? Please reply as the other participants are waiting. Okay, that was the end. I think we can move ahead.
Enjoys and we do.
Sorry, I could not listen to you. Please, do you want to say something, Dr. Alesia? Okay, Dr. Hannah is saying that there was some technical issue due to which the sound could not be incorporated with the presentation. So no issue, Dr. Hannah. Now we are proceeding forward. Dr. Bhuvnesh Sharma. She is going to present her paper, Comparative Study of Subject-Based Pedagogy for Integrating ICT Tools for Online Teaching. Dr. Bhuvnesh, are you there?
Hello.
Yeah, okay.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes. Okay,
Hello, ma'am.
Dr. Bhuvnesh.
Bhuvnesh Sharma, please share my PPT.
Okay, Dr. Bhuvnesh.
Yes, ma'am.
I request the technical team to please share the presentation of Dr. Bhuvnesh Sharma. And I would request Dr. Kanika, Shika Pandya, Rajesh Sharma, and Mohammed Bastan from to be ready for the presentation. Dr. Bhuvnesh, the presentation is here. Now you can start.
Yes, ma'am. Hello, I'm audible?
Yeah, you are audible. You can start now.
I'm audible, ma'am?
Yeah, you can start
Hello.
now.
Okay. I'm Dr. Bhuvnesh Sharma from Subharti University, and my topic is a comparative study of subject-based pedagogy for integrating ICT tools for online teaching. This is that a value of ICT is experienced very well nowadays, as we cannot do any work without it so efficiently. Same situation is seen with the teachers who have not engaged themselves with the new technological advancement, as we expect our future teachers to gain pedagogical knowledge related to their subject, so that the teachers will enable to increase the needed interest of study in their learners. Now is the time that the new technologies have entered in our classrooms. So we need the teachers with essential roles and qualities necessary for the lots of technological integration. However, it is seen that many teacher educators programs are not preparing people teachers with the educate technological integration. Many teachers in the schools are seen reluctant to use technology to their teaching learning process. The present purpose of this study was to examine the difficulties in and concerns that teacher educators faces when applying their knowledge on the use of ICT and preparing and how to design a technologically integrated lesson plan for their subject. A learning technology is using design approach was taken as the step of making intimate connections among the content and technology as the basis was used for present study. The content knowledge included Hindi, English, and mathematics and science as a subject area of pre-service teachers. The terms concerning the teacher's knowledge in this study. First is content knowledge is defined as CK, and the second is TPCK, that is technological pedagogical content knowledge, and the third is pedagogical content knowledge, that is PCK, and the fourth is problem-based learning, that is PBL. The changes in the teaching learning environment has defined as traditional or informational and knowledge. This is the model. Traditional covers the teachers as passive and they work with chalk and duster. And the informational model covers the learners with active technology and computer knowledge. And the knowledge comprises of groups, that is adapted and PC networking. Changes perspective. Due to rapid advancement in the use of technology, the teaching learning environment has been changed totally. Now, there we feel a shifting from teaching to learning. The duty as well as the role of teachers has changed from a transmitter to a facilitator and sometimes even a co-learner. The role of teachers now demand a new way of thinking with a vision of learning process. Need of using new technologies in the teaching learning process. That is, the best practice of teaching and learning as can be easily adapted by using following sites or devices. The first is Crown Connect, second is Twitter, third is Facebook, fourth is web series, fifth is lecture series, and sixth is book club or many others. Some pedagogies with ICT integration has recovered here as teachers teach with web link materials, portfolios materials, and collaborative work with real examination, examples and inquiry sessions. And the third is video clips and student preparing for folio matters, etc. The present situation would be quite different if computer knowledge is made a compulsory of their training part during the service period too. Moreover, this training should be also flexible enough to cope with the ICT developments. Therefore, the frequent use of ICT should be imposed upon them to get expertise in the practical skills to improve teaching and learning environment of their pedagogical subject-based classes. Now next is research studies done in earlier shows that teacher educators hold a critical position in dealing with ICT while preparing for their pedagogical lesson plans. The ICT integration with subject-based pedagogy for online teaching is the question for the present study. The present study is a comparative study of subject-based pedagogies for integrating ICT tools for an online teaching. For it, the definition of the terms is Subject-based pedagogy is the teacher's knowledge about how to teach a subject, and integrating ICT tools covers the tools utilized to promote and enable the teacher's professional development. And then the next is objective of the study is to compare male and female teacher educators' competencies in integrating ICT as subject-based pedagogy in pedagogical design of lesson planning. And the second is to compare the male and female teacher educators' competencies using subject-based pedagogy in teaching in technological design of lesson planning. Hypothesis of the study covers that there is no significant difference in male and female teacher educators' competencies of integrating ICT as subject-based pedagogy in pedagogical design of lesson planning. There is no significant difference in male and female teacher educators' competencies using subject-based pedagogies in technological design of lesson planning. Research design covers that research is aimed at exploring how integration of ICT tools in online teaching affects the subject-based pedagogies into teaching learning process. The researchers selected descriptive survey method to assess the teacher educators' experiences in integrating ICT into teaching and learning process. The data was collected from heads and teachers, educators from the institutions affiliated to CSIS University, made by means of questionnaires, interviews, and observations. Sample population and sampling technique is respondents were taken from teacher educators and heads of institutions situated at Delhi Meerut Road and affiliated to CSIS University were taken as a sample, and male and female teacher educators were selected by a simple random selection technique. A total number of teacher educators were selected 100, and 50-50 male and female teacher educators from total 20 institutions, government aided and self-financed, were selected as a sample of the present study. The data was collected from the teacher educators, both male and female, of 20 institutions were analyzed through the different instruments presented in the tables and then statistically analyzed by mean, standard deviation, and t-test. Data analyzed the presentation. Objective 1 is to compare male and female teacher educators' competencies of integrating ICT as subject-based pedagogy in pedagogical design of lesson planning. The hypothesis was that there is no significant difference, and the table shows that that responses, the genders, criteria. In that, the criteria is divided into 4 sections: that content knowledge, task or skill, or supported material or instructions. Here, the mean covered by all these 4 criteria were 2.58, 2.87, 2.63, and 3.00. The SD was 0.50, 0.45, 0.66, and 0.63. And the t value was 0.75, 30.8, 5.52, and 2.59. Standard error was 0.10488, 0.01596, 0.16309, and 0.6583. The t-value and the standard error shows that level of significance, and that was found low, and shown that there is no significant difference, as the interpretation of this table includes the pedagogical design into teacher educators, as obtained t-value was 30.81. T-value were found greater than the t-value shown in the table value, but when the both teacher educators were compared on giving instructions to their learners about how to explain the lesson plan with the technological devices, the obtained t-value was 2.59, which is less than the table value, that is 2.63. This shows that partially it may be due to type 1 or type 2 error. Therefore, it can be concluded that hypothesis number 1 is rejected. Now coming on to table 2, that is objective is to compare male and female teacher educator competencies using subject-based pedagogy in technological design of lesson planning. And the hypothesis made was that there is no significant difference in male and female teacher educators' competencies using subject-based pedagogies in technological design of lesson planning. In table 2, the same criteria was used as technological design. Responses were 50, genders were male, and criteria was incorporation of ICT, screen organization, ability to display constructivity and closure, and overall technological expertise. The mean was 2.83, 3.46, 3.00, 3.47, and 3.33. And SD was 0.49, 0.59, 0.57, 0.59, and 0.62. And the T value is 10.69, 15.16, 23.57, 64.02, and 31.176. And the standard error was exhibited in the table, that is for incorporation of ICT it was 0.0159, screen for screen organization it was 0.0067, for ability to display it was 0.0140, for continuity or closure it was 0.0139, and for overall technological expertise it was 0.0170. Now coming on to the interpretation of this table, that male and female teacher educators in incorporating ICT and found the T value as 10.69 on comparing the screen on sharing by both the teacher educators T value was 15.16 on comparing both teacher educators at their appeal to display their whole lesson plan. T value was 23.57 on finding their ability to carry on the continuity closure, and the T value was 64.02. And lastly, while comparing both the teacher educators at overall technological expertise, the T value was 31.17. All these 5 T values are higher than the table value at 0.05 level of significance, which is 2.63. All these values were much higher than the table value. That is why hypothesis number 2 is also rejected. Result is, the researcher identified the problems observed in the lesson planning. The teacher educators have proper understanding, but they encountered problems when they apply it online. Teacher educators tend to use technology as a mere delivery of medium rather than an instructional tool. Several teachers, educators use lesson plan design require higher order of thinking skills. And the next is this also shows to what extent that ICT resources are being utilized by the teacher educators in the institutions affiliated to CCS University. And following are the recommendations. Number 1 is the positive and negative impact of integration of ICT is usually seen in different teaching learning situations. However, the role of deans, department heads, and different coordinators and utilization of ICT resources should be specified for everyone. Number 2 is ICT training should be provided to all the faculty members time to time in order to equip the teacher educators with the necessary skills for ICT integration. And the third is enhancement of ICT integration is also necessary for the efficient teaching learning practices and equality and quality education. University should also offer ICT integration as training or refresher courses for its faculty members. Now the last is references, and this was all on subject-based pedagogies for incorporating ICTs for their pedagogical and technological design. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you, everyone, and thanks a lot.
I request to all the participants to please go along with the presentation that we are sharing. Suppose you are having a technical issue on your part and you are not able to share the presentation, yes, we are here to help you and we will be sharing the presentation. But it is a request that please tell us that when we are supposed to move to the next slide. Because in the last presentation, you could see that there was a mismatch between the presentation by the doctor as well as the presentation which was shown here. So we do not want that this thing should be repeated in the next presentation. So I request again all the participants to please tell us where we have to improve next time. Right? So now, by Dr. Kalina and Shikha Kodia, they are going to present the paper Activity Quality Assessment.
Hello.
Dr. Rajesh, Mr. Rajesh,
Hello. I am audible, ma'am.
Mr. Rajesh, before you, we have the presentation from Dr.
Oh.
Kalina and Shikha Kodia. Your turn will be the next one. Okay. I request Dr. Kalina and Shikha. Are you there? Dr. Kanika? Yeah, Shikha is sharing her screen. So after Shikha, there will be the presentation by Mr. Rajesh and then Mohammed Mastan. So Shikha, you can go ahead.
कैसे करूं?
Hello, I'm Shikha. Can you listen to me? Shikha? You can start. Am I audible to you? Shikha, please switch on. Switch on your mic. Please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself. Then only you will be able to listen to you. Yes. Please go ahead. Please unmute yourself. It is my request again. So please unmute.
तुमने इनको क्यों म्यूट कर दिया?
Please start now. Keep your volume high. Keep the volume high. Shikha, we were able to see your presentation. We could see you even, but we cannot listen to you. Please unmute yourself. Okay, by the time Shikha is facing this technical problem, we can invite the next participant, Mr. Rajesh Kumar. Mr. Rajesh Kumar is
Yes, ma'am. I am ready. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you please start. Mr. Rajesh.
Okay, ma'am. I am sharing my screen.
Present after Mr. Rajesh.
Yes, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Screen is visible?
Yes, yes.
Yes. respected chairperson and all respective participants, I am presenting my paper on topic teaching strategy for online learning. Here, introduction. At present, all world is facing problem created by an individual disease named COVID-19. In this situation, it is required to save human life. Human life and separate physical contact. We do not have much choice, so let us look to how use the experiences we have got and adapt it to teaching online. The coronavirus has discovered rising vulnerability in education system around the whole world. It is clear at present that society desired versatile and resilient education system as we have a tendency to face unpredictable features. Some teaching strategies for remote learning can be used by teachers, faculty members, and instructors. They are get to grips concerning your platform, produce online class situation, have interaction along with learners online, be organized with technology, use spread of instructions methods by present all time while taking classes. Give feedback continuously, engage with your learners online, collaborate with peers and other teachers. Reflect on the lessons, maximize your professional as well as skill development. Objectives are with social distancing measure in place both nationally and worldwide. The current COVID-19 pandemic has forced the cancellation of in-person classes at universities, colleges, and schools across the country. This has presented unique challenges for learners and teachers in all fields as they have embarked many for the first time on the journey into online education in order to provide distance learning opportunities for students. The main purpose of online service providers to make familiar and acceptable digital device for learners of all age groups. Although it is too early to judge how reactions to COVID-19 will affect education system all over the world, there are signs suggesting that it could have a testing impact on the trajectory of learning, innovation, and digitalization. Blue, some trends that could hint at future transformation. Teaching strategies for remote learning. Here are few tips for think about when arranging and instruction. Well, have our own thoughts. We have, after all, education at these may demonstrate supportive and are absolutely token of good practice in field of teaching and learning. First is get to know your platform. Teachers confidence will give them confidence for their work. Most online communication platform allow file sharing and screen sharing at the very least. Next, create online classroom environment. Creating classroom environment is possible for the use of digital tools. Third is engaging with your learner online. This is probably a difficult time for involved to teachers need to be supportive and understanding of potential issues with this new way of schooling. We aware that our students often communication in this way as a simple part of their daily life. Fourth is be organized. As a teacher, when organize our lesson material, things plan for our students, the resources got to be simple to seek our simple to figure on, simple to assess. Next is use a variety of instruction strategy. Smart teachers know that students feel boring with the same method, technology, and strategy used by teachers in every lesson, even in class. So it is required to mix things up and use a heterogeneity of instructional strategies. Next, be present. Next, provide ongoing feedback. It is important to take feedback continuously. And next is be present, collaborate with other teachers, talk with other teachers and share what is operating and sharing what is not. A teacher can share resources online, share useful websites, share technical notes, how and sometime just still feel part of teaching team again. Next, reflect on the lesson. After every lesson, take a while, assess what works and what did not work. Think about what do you need to change in your future lessons. Think about resource presentation. Do you need something different? Do we need to talk to someone or do we just need one? Next, maximize your professional development. If you want to show your involvement, what you involve, and how to increase your professionalism with the help of technology, then you can take or you can take online classes or can so. Next, some digital tools of remote classroom for innovative teachers, learners. We will covering these all about digital tools. We are presenting or taking some this present this conference with the help of Zoom meeting and other Google Meets, Cisco, Webex. These are the some digital devices. After that, some other digital devices we are uh, uh, presenting with you. There are Prezi, Haikudex, Scratch, Animoto, Pixton, Boomwriter, Explain, Everything, Edu, Creations, Glogusters, Philip Snacks, Padlets, Voice Threads, Story Jumper, Storybird, Quizlet, Socrates, Edmodo, Schoology, Pictochart, Bism, and these are some digital devices where teacher and learners both find some help or they can generate or go forward for the next educational system. Conclusion, this is clear that teaching strategy and technology play a vital role in teaching and learning. Both teachers and learners can create different varieties to make their teaching and learning effective and attractive. And also, a teacher can create a pleasant environment to our learners with the help of different digital tools. So it is required to make the technology familiar to improve in education system and update new knowledge. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rajesh. And now, I request Mohammed Vastan to please start his presentation and share his screen. Mr. Vastan is from Sultanate of Oman, UAE, Indian College of Management and Technology. Mohammed Hassan.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to share my screen. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear my voice, ma'am? My voice is audible?
Yeah, very clear, very clear.
Okay, ma'am. So I hope my slide is visible, and I have shared my slide. Is it visible?
Yeah, it is quite visible.
Yes, yes. Yes, Dr. Mohammed. My research topic is evaluation of emergency remote teaching during crisis, an empirical study. The research was conducted by Dr. Mohammed Al-Lazawi and myself, Muhammad Mastan, Department of CSMIS, Oman College of Management and Technology, Sultanate of Oman. The research was conducted to evaluate the emergency remote teaching, and to evaluate the e-learning and comparing the e-learning and physical classes. So this research was conducted by considering the 7 key dimensions of e-learning systems in the findings of the research are supported by the empirical proof based on data collected from the stakeholders such as students and academic staff from our college, College of Management and Technology. As we all know about the pandemic situation, as when it was declared by WHO, almost 188 countries declared the shutdown. As the academic institutions affecting the 15 crore learners globally. So as we know the situation, quarantine and isolation influenced the continuous improvement of education methodologies. And we need to shift from the traditional classroom to the remote teaching methodology, that is online learning methodology. So, and this shift was a sudden shift, and it impacted the education sector. And as I mentioned that it was the research was conducted by considering the 7 dimensions of e-learning. The dimensions are like this. First one is infrastructure, second one is course content, third one is staff development, fourth one is student skills, fifth one is assessment, sixth one is academic support services, and seventh one is academic quality. So these are the 7 dimensions. In this study, we have evaluated all these 7 dimensions. Considering these dimensions, we have evaluated the emergency remote teaching. The main objective of the research, so the first thing is emergency remote teaching is not a replacement. So this is the first point. It was first we have made this as an hypothesis with e-learning, as ERT is different from e-learning. And secondly, the resistance to change and the challenges with the institutions, they are not ready to change to the e-learning platforms. So finally, the academic staff development and training has improved the process tremendously. And the hypothesis is it proved that empirically collecting responses from students and academic staff using a well-designed surveys. And the data is collected on the following 3 approaches. First one is questionnaires for students. Second one is feedback collected from the academic staff. And the third one is examination statistics data. The data is collected twice. In the first round, it was collected after first round after 2 weeks from the transformation to ERT. The second round was after the assessment that was conducted online. So these are 2 different periods which was conducted. The same questionnaire was given and the responses were compared. The results and discussion as the comparison. The first point, comparing emergency remote teaching versus the e-learning. We have divided the levels of responses in these three areas, that is fulfilled, partially fulfilled, and not fulfilled. This was the responses which was this was the table shows that the level of fulfillment, how the dimensions were taken, that is suitable infrastructure, course content suitable for e-learning, well-trained instructors, well-prepared students, assessment methods, academic support, academic quality. And as you have seen, the comparison between ERT versus e-learning, fulfilled or partially fulfilled is given in the table as the comparison. And coming to the infrastructure, when we see the comparison between the first round versus second round, we found that the collected responses showed some lack of the availability of the required infrastructure. As you have seen that in the first round, the students were able to use the computers or smartphones only 97%, but in the second round, it shows that 100%. And even the internet service at home, it was very less when compared to the first round to the second round. There was some improvement. And course content, as we know that the course content was developed for the physical classes, and as most of the portions which are planned for the physical classes, but we need to make the changes for delivering that online. So this was the items that were evaluated: clarity of lectures, lecture timing, interaction of instructors, recording the lecture, and availability of instructor. And as you can see, overall satisfaction average from the first round to second round, you can see there was a lot of improvement. That is, in the first round, you see 42%, but when it comes to the second round, we see that the satisfaction was doubled, that is 83%. And coming to the instructors need training, and they need the skills to use the online teaching facilities, and they need to be aware of the available resources, how to utilize them while delivering the lecture in online, and they need to overcome the problems, and this has been evaluated. And as we need to provide some awareness and some development activities to the instructors to update themselves and deliver the lectures effectively to the students. Assessment methods. As we know that our course content initially it was prepared for the physical classes, and as the students as we transform to the transition to the e-learning, as the students they have all the resources online, and it is a open book system where the students are able to see all the resources. The instructors need to be aware of how to prepare the exams for online. So this is one thing where we have evaluated that. So as you see, the collected data showed that 42% of the students accepted online exam were ready, and later the ratio was increased to 83%. Next, academic quality. So as you know that we don't have standards, or we don't have regulations for online teaching. So the educational institutions should have some standards, regulations, and policies that regulate the process. So this was a main issue, and the institutions, they prepared some manuals, and they have provided some regulatory documents, but still we need to have some good standards and regulations. Conclusion, coming to the conclusion, as we have gone through all the dimensions, the first point is emergency remote teaching emerged as a method to continue the education of the students, and the process of moving ERT showed from the evaluation that the satisfaction has increased after using the method for one semester. And ERT is not a replacement to regular classes. And also we showed that ERT is not a transition from physical classes to electronic classes, as ERT and e-learning are two different systems. Evaluation results showed that resistance to change was the main challenge. Transition process has human always fear from the unknown. And almost 90% of the population is covered with internet zones, but only 50% utilize the proper data, which is hampering the continuity of online education. So the key ultimatum is to increase the sense of community. Education sector demands more interaction from the social collaboration of teachers and students on the e-learning platform to compose new strategies to interact to create a teacher-student friendly online platform. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. I would request all the presenters to please end your PPT within 3 minutes. Okay? Due to shortage of time or 3 to 5 minutes, please finish it. And now I would request Ms. Soumya Priyadarsini to please share your presentation. She is from Galgodia's University, India, and her topic is National Education Policy 2020 Rethinking Assessment. Along with this, I would request Priyanka Kumari and Vibhu Tripathi to please be ready with your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Soumya Paningrai, MA student from School of Education, Galgotia University, and the title of my paper is National Education Policy 2020 Rethinking Assessment in Higher Education. My co-author and guide in this paper is Dr. Satyendra Gupta, Professor and Dean, School of Education, Galgotia University. India has the third largest higher education system in the world, with 950 universities and approximately 4,000 colleges. But still, the access and quality of higher education is questionable. According to All India Survey on Higher Education of the year 2018 and 19, the gross enrollment ratio in higher education is only 26.3%. After 73 years of independence, only 26.3% of enrollment ratio is definitely a matter of consideration. Ensuring quality higher education is one of the most important things we can do for our future generation. And without a good quality measures in assessment, this cannot be possible. Learning and assessment go hand in hand. One without the other is incomplete. Assessment are crucial to the educational process. Without assessment, it is impossible for a teacher to know the student's capability and how to give it a direction. In 2009, CCE was introduced by CBSE for school education. CCE gave the assessment mechanism altogether a new meaning. From the traditional two examination annually to continuous assessment this changes the face of assessment. This also affects the higher education system in India. However, the sole purpose of CCE that is to achieve holistic development of the learners is still not achievable in higher education due to the fact that higher education deals with various challenges ranging from enrollment and access to the several disciplines to manage. NEP 2020 has made an attempt to overcome all these challenges. Before going to the suggested assessment mechanisms in higher education by NEP 2020, let's see the journey of NEP 2020. Under the chairmanship of late Sri Subramaniam, former Secretary of Cabinet, a committee was constituted. This committee submitted a report which recommended initiatives to improve the education sectors in 2016. Another committee was constituted in 2017 under Dr. Kasturi Rangan. This committee was presented the draft of new policy on education to the MHRD ministry in 2019. This draft was uploaded in MHRD website in 22 different languages in order to accessible for every stakeholder. After reviewing, the draft got approved by Union Cabinet in 29th of July 2020. And thus, after 34 years of wait, the third policy on education make its way to change the current scenario of education for the betterment. The report consists of 4 parts. The part 2 of NEP 2020 spread over 11 chapters, which canvass various aspects of higher education. Assessment helps to formulate, monitor, guide, and revive the aims and objectives of the educational program. The practice of accurate, reliable, justifiable, and equitable evaluation is therefore a basic requirement for any education system to be successful. NEP 2020 gives emphasis on 4 aspects of assessment in order to make equitable access to everyone and improve the quality of higher education. A common entrance test will be conducted by NTA, that is National Testing Agency, for admission across various universities. This test will be for graduate, undergraduate admission, and for fellowships in higher education institution. In order to provide uniformity in higher education and achieving greater learning experience for learners, the Ministry of Education inculcated the choice-based credit system. Choice-based credit system offers an opportunity for students to select course from the specified courses, which include core, elective, minor, or skill-based courses. All the courses have assigned some specific credits based on the art of teaching and the content of the course. The courses can be evaluated using the grading system semester-wise, and it also provides flexibility of credit transfer. Another highlight of NEP 2020 is multiple entry and exit point in bachelor degree. All the higher education institution will offer creative combination of subject with flexible curriculum and integration of vocational education. The undergraduate programs will be of 3 to 4 years, which allow multiple exit and entry as shown in this picture. Certification after 1 year, diploma after 2 years of study, bachelor degree after 3 years of program, and a degree with research if students complete research in their major area. An academic bank of credit is to be initiated, which will be a digital repository for academic credits earned from various institutions. This will allow transfer of credits towards final degree received from the institution. Efforts and courage are not enough without purpose and direction. Quality education also includes quality learning outcomes. Without assessment, it is impossible to estimate the learning outcome. Assessing the learning outcome will shift the focus from teaching to learning. For a better learning, the assessment must include various forms which enable to assess all the skills according to the cognitive domain of Bloom taxonomy, that is understanding, application, analysis, generalization, and evaluation. This vision behind NEP 2020 is the same. It talks about assessing the educational methods in STEM, that is an integration of arts with science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Thank you. These are my references. That's end my presentation. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Now, I would like to request Vibhu Tripathi to please present your paper. He's from National PG College, India, and the topic is Teaching, a New Challenge in the Healing Room. This is a combined paper of Mr. Ansh Kapoor, Ms. Vibhu Tripathi, and Dr. Shalini Lamba. Along with this, I would request Andis Vijay and Ruth Dorot to be present, to be ready with your presentation.
Good afternoon, all of you. Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, all of you. First of all, thank you to the organizers for allowing us to present in front of such reputed persons. I, Ansh Kapoor of National PG College, Lucknow, is here with my co-author Vibhu Tripathi to describe our research paper. The topic of our presentation is teaching a new challenge in the healing world. Last year, we observed many changes in the teaching sector, especially in India. One of the main reasons for these changes is the COVID-19 pandemic. Due to coronavirus pandemic, everyone wants to stay at home just to be stay safe from this viral disease. So everyone during this pandemic preferred uh, online mode of teaching over the offline mode of education. Not only this, the Union Government of India on 29th of July 2020 introduced National Education Policy, which was there to promote the education and provide best-in-class education to all the education takers. Education is very important for the development of a society. Indian government spends a huge amount uh, of its GDP on education, but still there are 113 million uneducated people here in India. NEP have multiple gains, but it will force the educators to change their teaching habits. COVID-19 pandemic, on the other hand, changed our education system in just 1 year. In this research paper, we have concluded 5 main issues which are there in the online mode of teaching and which will occur after the implementation of NEP. These are contemporary challenges in online teaching. This issue is basically deals with the lack of basic knowledge of the computers to our teachers. For example, a Hindi teacher will not be able to use the computer nowadays, but he was forced to use it. The second issue is concentration issue. This is a very basic issue because in the online teaching, the students with their mobile phones or computers in their hand, they can be very easily distracted. The third one is technical difficulties, which will arise due to a high network traffic during the lockdown. Because of which, to stop these technical difficulties, the government of India recently asked the online streaming platforms like Netflix and Amazon Prime to stop their HD services, which is a good step taken by our government. The fourth issue is challenges arising from technical difficulties. These are very promising challenges which we have to consider for our future. The main challenges are the focus issues. Because of the technical difficulties, the student will not focus on their studies easily. The fifth is the challenges which will arise after the implementation of NEP. According to statistics, our government will have to open a new college every week just to complete their target of doubling their gross enrollment ratio, which will demand for a very huge amount of price. At last, I must conclude that we have to learn from these challenges. We have to work on these challenges such that we were prepared for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Now, I would request Andis Vijay from National PG College, India, to please share your presentation on your topic, that is effective online teaching, a challenge for higher education. Along with this, I would request Ruth Duro and Ms. Masuda Hasid to please be ready with your presentation. Madam,
Good afternoon, ma'am, and all the research scholars, teachers, and learned people. I am Desh Vijay is going to present on the topic effective online teaching and the challenges faced by the Indian higher education institutions. Thank you for providing me this golden opportunity. Now, introduction to the e-learning. This report will intend to give an overall outline of the degree. E-learning can be utilized in the world, how it is being utilized, its latent capacity and traps. It, it will look at e-gaining from the perspective of student and instructors. It will likewise take a gander at the present status of e-adapting universally. In this information age where all the requirement of knowledge workers are increasing day by day and data independency is also increasing, requirement for manual specialist diminishing. Deep rooted learning is also very important in the data age. E-learning is the work of innovation to help and improve learning. It tends to be as college student viewing a video narrative in class or as mind. E-learning in many years back with the presentation of a TV and overhead projector in study halls has progressed to incorporate intuitive PC programs, 3D creations, video and phone conferencing, and continuous online conservation. Bunches involving students from everywhere in the world. As innovation propels, so does e-learning hang off making the conceivable outcome of interminable. The challenges faced by teachers and students in online teaching are as follows. The current speculation and practice in e-learning are neither straightforward nor rational, implying that the execution of this arrangement is going irregularly. Albeit the most perceive that e-learning can possibly upgrade extraordinary learning. The sum of the challenges are adaptability struggle, technical issues, progress tracking of students, discipline maintenance, virtual classroom engagement, computer literacy, and time management. Adaptability struggle. As we all know that from the COVID-19 pandemic, every student is not equipped with a home system, and in India it is a very it is not affordable to afford a Wi-Fi system in their homes. So they have in the starting student face the problem when they switch from traditional classroom to computer based learning. They find completely new experience due to which students face problem to adapt these changes quickly. Students who enjoy traditional learning and comfortable in making notes from lectures are faced to problem to adopt change. Nowadays, adaptive learning is using artificial intelligence to adjust the content according to the individual needs. Not technical issues. While getting the web-based preparing, you should keep a fitting establishment, for instance, quick web hold, UPS or generator for the constant supply of power for the PC. Such specific issues make it difficult for the student to keep up with the course which is going in the institution. Progress tracking of students. We recommend you to do two important things. First of all, create instance of opening conversation with each individual participant in your class. Discipline maintain. Students during online class log into the e-learning platform and mute themselves. They turn off their video and do other stuff such as playing game and watching movies, etc. They themselves don't study and don't let them other students also study. For those students, only online platform have introduced the kickoff feature to the platforms which allow the host to quit those students who are creating nuisance in the online classes. Time management in the online classes is very much important for the host or the teacher who are constantly working to increase the effectivity of the student. Time management is challenge for online student because here no time, no management who supervise you and your actions. For the effective management of time, student can also use online schedule planner tool. Time management is the main factor in online learning. It needs time and exertion for the better learning results. Virtual classroom engagement. Presumably, the main test that online students face is absence of eye-to-eye discussion with their teacher or different classmates. It is up to the teacher that which is medium they use to offer lecture to students, like PowerPoint presentations, video conferencing, recorded sessions, or live stream classes. Computer literacy. Even though it is uncommon in this period, if a student unfit to play out the fundamental activities of a PC, for example, the establishment of a little projects or the command on the Microsoft Word, if they don't have the clue about these things, the student will unfit to control their course. Students should be provided to access support devices that help them solve technical problems via email or live chat. Future aspects of online education. In the modern age, access to the information is the key to the professional success. Those days are gone when education and learning were confined to the college and universities. No matter which background one comes from, there are many online courses, certification programs that can expand your knowledge arsenal and make you better equipped in the today's competitive job market. With the innovative headway at their peak, Indian education system experienced some genuinely necessary alterations in the past few years. Yet India is filled with passionate youth who can enhance the possibility of Indian education system. It will evolve the continuous learning process. Indian students are exceptionally excited about the idea of online learning. They get an opportunity to grandstand aptitude and capacities in an intelligent and progressive climate. That this doesn't mean, notwithstanding that the COVID-19 required move to general far of instructing will be all terrible for student in learning. The greatest future of advantage of virtual guidance will come after our educators and student revisitation of their actual study halls. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Now I would request Ruth Dorot to please share your presentation. He is from Ariel University, Israel, and his topic is the mutual relations between evaluation methods and learning outcomes in academia from STEM. Along with this, I would request Ms. Masouda Haseeb, Parul Agrawal, and Dr. Navita Malik to be ready with their presentation. I request Ruth Dorot to please share your presentation.
Yes, please. Can you hear me, please?
Yeah, you can hear.
Can you share the screen with me, please?
Yeah, sure. I would request the technical team to please share
the screen. The screen is shared.
We are just sharing it now. Just wait for a second.
Okay. Okay.
I hope you can see your PPT.
Can you please put on the slides at the side? I can move the presentation. No. Ma'am? Did you share the screen with me, ma'am? Ma'am? Can I put on my presentation or do I have to use
Sure.
your...
If you like to share your PPT, please, ma'am, you can. Please.
The screen is shared? Okay, so I'll try to put on my presentation. One second, please. One second. Okay, thank you. Hello from Israel. I'm Dr. Ruda Roth. As you can see, I come from Ariel University and of course, collaboration with Professor Nitza Davidovich. And actually, this research also is part, what I'm going to present is only a small part of a research that was done together with Professor Nitza Davidovich. So let's go on. My presentation is going to discuss actually a subject that has to do with Anna's subject. I see that there are some subjects that naturally are connected. I'm going to talk about the learning from STEM to STEAM, adding NA, only adding one letter that changes the whole perspective. The A is for the humanities, is for art, is for music, is for literature. Art and science both hinge on discovery, and discovery requires thinking out of the box. But how do you lead students to think creatively in STEM education? The answer is STEM, and A for the arts. STEM, the integration of music, visual arts, and drama into daily STEM instruction, is proven to enhance students' achievement in STEM subjects. After all, creative, real-world problem solving is what working scientists and mathematicians actually do. But how do busy STEM educators weave arts activities into a sometimes inflexible STEM curriculum? In this new edition of From STEM to STEM or STEM, the groundbreaking bestseller, the authors provide lessons from the field to detail the way. The main objective of both art and science is discovery. Lead your students to make that connection and STEM ahead to academic success. I'm not going to give you the whole lecture about the importance of humanities because I think that the time that I have is not going to be enough, but we'll just touch a few points. The role of the humanities and culture in academia. Since the days of the ancient Greece until the 19th century in Europe, the humanities have enjoyed respect and prestige, but this has changed in the past 20 years. Humanities careers are no longer perceived as financially profitable and do not ensure future employment. And as a result, the demand for humanities studies is declining steadily. I can put it in a short way, the humanities have lost the importance, because you don't make money if you study humanities. You cannot become rich. You cannot work in a startup. You cannot make a startup. The humanities are the manifestation of all areas of knowledge, expressing human culture and human creativity in general, and even in the Jewish life, that it has a very big importance, but I cannot develop this section of the research. For Plato, the humanities were the only way to achieve a life of meaning. He saw in the intellectual a desire to search for truth, reason, beauty, and good. I can, as you see, there is a lot to say, as I said before, but I'll try to shorten it. As you see, as we know, there are countries all over the world that the situation is better, but it's not good. I have spoken to colleagues from different countries on occasions when we meet at conferences, and there are some countries that the humanities do better, but in general, we can say that the humanities are not desired. But I have to stress the contribution of the humanities even more than what I said before. The study of the humanities encourages intellectual curiosity, motivates an understanding of the mysteries of creation, the history of science, and the formulation of new problems and questions. In addition, the humanities offer a unique contribution to advancing wisdom and our understanding of concepts such as truth and justice, freedom and equality, ethics and kindness, justice and peace. All these, if you study the humanities. And there is more and more and more, and maybe I'll give only the headlines. The humanities reveal culture that is hidden from our eyes. Moreover, the students are exposed to the intellectual insight that is the basis of human existence. The humanities educate towards a humanist, pluralist, universal approach, as well as the recognition of human dignity. In the humanities, both scholars and students are taught to criticize the structures of power and the mechanism of silence and exclusion. And these are subjects that you cannot achieve so easily in other fields. The humanities are the very spirit of Western democracy. What more than that? Democracy, of course, so needs an educational system that promotes the humanities in order to create a productive society. Education, particularly higher education, must support the struggle against education that is aimed only at profitable goals in favor of education that promotes democracy. And the role of the intellectual in the society. Once people were talking about intellectuals, about being intellectual. Today, sometimes you feel that it's not important anymore. But if you don't have intellectual people, if you don't stress it, everything is poor. Intellectuals can be found in universities, since it is still permitted to think in a complex fashion and to engage in areas of interest that do not translate into money. Yes, we say time is money, but when you study humanities, as we can see, time is not about money. The universities represent a world that still places value on the study of history, philosophy, and culture. But Only in the university it's permitted. It's terrible. In our materialist, individualist age, it's hard to find intellectuals. Our postmodern era, our age, seems humanistic and humanitarian, but in practice, it has turned into an age that does not encourage independent thought, research, and inquiry. The role of the intellectual is to demand more complex thinking and most justice practices. It goes further and further and further, but I would like to get to a demonstration of what the research shows or proves in theory. I would like to show or to demonstrate what does a student gain when you teach the humanities and when you extend it, when you teach, like my demonstration, literature and art, when you teach literature through art or art through literature. And of course you can combine music, and of course you can combine architecture. You can extend it to all humanities when you have the same theme or subject going on. What I would like to demonstrate now is a comparison between a poem of the poet, the Israeli poet of the beginning of the 20th century by the name Rachel. And of course it was written in Hebrew, but I could have taken any other poem. Like I could have taken, for example, a poem by Goethe, the German philosopher poet, and I could have shown how it's parallel to a painting of a romantic landscape. And I could show or let you listen to romantic music and show how it goes together. And this, of course, extends the experience. It makes it different. It makes it interesting. It makes it alive. It brings the student to want to listen, that he doesn't have only to learn by heart and say by heart things. So the poem, as you see, is translated into English. And of course, a translation is always only a black and white photo. But what can we do? I cannot show it to you in Hebrew, so I have to bring it in English translation. The poem is an ars poetic poem. It means that the poet and the speaker, usually in literature, we separate between the speaker and the poet. But when it's an ars poetic, it means the self writing, the writing. How do I write? Where do I take my inspiration? What are my sources of inspiration? Who is my muse, etc., etc. Then the poet and the speaker are the same, is the same person. So I can use the term, not the speaker, but the poet, or Rachel or Rachel, the poet. She is complaining. She is complaining about her main tool. She is complaining about the word. Words, words, words. How did Shakespeare say? Words, words. The word, on one hand, is a very strong tool, because you can kill someone by using some words. But on the other hand, the word is very weak. And how do we say that one picture is worth a million words? And this is what's happening here. She's complaining that the words that she's bringing out of her soul, these are the roots of her writing. These are the roots of her poetry, that come from anguish, that come from fire, that come from sorrow, that come from pain. All this comes out like beautiful words, like medleys of words. And instead of red and yellow and fire that she's talking about, it's white. And this is why many times in Israel, I hope you can see it, the book of the poems of Rachel, they used to bind it in white. I don't get the feeling that you hear. Do you hear me?
Yeah, ma'am, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So she is complaining about the contrast that the word is bringing. It's a contrast between she, I, and the word, and contrast between the lovely words and the sorrow, and between her and everyone. And how many times in life do we say something and then we feel that we have to explain and apologize? I didn't mean this, I didn't mean that, because the word is not 100%. You can understand like this and you can understand like that. And the readers don't understand. But when you go to the art, to plastic art, and you look at the painting that is also about a scream, both pieces of art talk about a scream, an inner scream that the artists use different tools to express, and the plastic art has more tools than the words, because they have lines, they have colors, they have shade, they have and it's very communicative, it's very strong. And what we see is a very famous, a very iconic painting by Edvard Munch, the Norwegian painter. And I'm sure that many, if not all of you, know this famous painting that is called The Scream, the expressionist painter from Oslo, Norwegian, at the beginning, at the at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century. We see that the figure that is standing near to us at the end of the bridge is screaming the inner scream of alienation, the inner scream of loneliness, the inner scream of anxiety, the inner scream of what the modern man feels in the society. And it's stressed by the the couple that is walking here far, but exists, and by two couples that are on the boat far away, but the figure here is alone. And we see
Sorry for interrupting you, ma'am.
Sorry?
Sorry for interrupting you. I just want to request you to please end your presentation.
I have to finish? I cannot hear you. I cannot hear you. Do you want me to conclude?
Yeah.
Can I conclude?
Please, you can start.
Okay. So what I wanted to present here, what I wanted to show here, is how you can extend all the studies, how you can change the attitude of students towards learning by adding the humanities. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am, for your presentation. Now I would request Ms. Manisha Sharma and Hemant Upadhyay to please present your presentation. They are from BMIET India, and their topic is analysis of issues and challenges of online teaching using AHP approach. Along with this, I would request Dr. Umakant and Dr. Manisha Sharma to be present to be ready with your presentation. There is a combined paper of Ms. Manisha Sharma and Mr. Hemant Upadhyay. So please share your presentation. I would request the presenter to please share. Can you listen to me? Mr. Hemant Upadhyay, can you please respond? I hope there is a technical issue. So I would request the next participant to please present your presentation. That is Dr. Umakant Hazarika. She is from SPP College, India. And her topic is Revisiting the Myth, Inequality in Education in India.
Manisha Singh.
I hope Dr. Umakant is not available here. So now I would request Dr. Manisha Sinha from University of Delhi, India, to please share your presentation on the topic that is Education Equity in India, Directions and Challenges.
So I share my screen then.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Please share it.
Okay. Good afternoon, all. So this is Dr. Manisha Sinha from University of Delhi. I had been listening since morning a lot of presentations on the online teaching and the pedagogies, the importance, the hurdles. So now my paper, I will talk about something different with this respect, but that is related to the conference theme. This is Education Equity in India, Directions and Challenges. Education is the primary mechanism to achieve social justice, quality, and overall growth of a country. For achieving these goals, the education must be inclusive, equitable, and accessible to all sections of the society, including all learners, and ensuring that each individual has an equal and personalized opportunity for educational progress is still a challenge in almost every country. Despite commendable progress made over the past 2 decades to expand the access to basic education, further efforts are needed to minimize barriers to learning and to ensure that all learners in schools and other learning settings experience a genuine, inclusive environment. So, as I move on, 17 sustainable goals, SDGs as we call them, have been adopted by all member states of the United Nations in 2015 as key component of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, with its focus on leaving no one behind, provides a unique opportunity to build more inclusive and equitable societies. This should start with inclusive education systems. Sustainable Goal SDG 4 on education calls for inclusive and equitable sustainable education and lifelong learning opportunities for all by 2030. It emphasizes inclusion and equity as laying foundations for quality education and learning. SDG 4 also calls for building and upgrading education facilities that are child, disability, and gender sensitive, and for providing safe, non-violent, inclusive, and effective learning environments to all. While number of children not attending primary and secondary schools has reduced to 17% in 2018 from a figure of 26% in 2000, it is unlikely that all the goals would be met by 2030. Compared with the richest children, the poorest children are 4 times more likely to be out of school and 5 times more likely not to complete primary education. This is the graph which is showing the regional imbalances around the globe. Now, the impact of COVID-19 on equity and access to education can be seen through this graph, and the various colors shows that how much the effect has been there of COVID-19 on the education. So almost 258 million children were not attending the school before COVID-19 crisis, and the pandemic has made the situation worse. In April 2020, almost 1.4 billion students were affected by school closures. The latest data of 17th March 2021 show that even now, 171 million learners are affected, which is about 10% of the total learners, and 29 countries have nationwide school closures. So if you can see here, equity and access to remote education, which was the norm during COVID-19 shutdowns, is greatly impacted by social and economic factors. The charts show the students who are able to access remote education with regional imbalances and socio-economic balances. Let's talk about equity, equality, and access to education now. Where do we stand there? So equality in education would maintain that all children get exposure to similar education opportunities. Equity defines that each child gets what he or she needs from the education system. Children from different backgrounds, which are socially and economically disadvantaged, get a special attention. Equal access would mean each child gets access to educational resources, teachers, tools, and facilities. Now, this is what we can very well see, analyze what do we mean by equality and where is equity. So let's move on, from the global scenario to the education equity in India. These are the factors which have affected equity. India has challenges in providing universal and equitable education. Various factors influence the equitable access to education, including social structure, caste, and religion. Child marriage is still practiced in many areas, gender inequality. These are certain factors which I'm highlighting, the major ones. Equity factors propel many students into the labor workforce, urban and rural divide, school infrastructure, where we have pakka classrooms and drinking water problems and toilet problems, then availability of teachers, digital divide, access to broadband. Digital divide would include access to broadband, electricity, devices, and tools. Now, this is the socially and economically disadvantaged groups. This is what is shown through this table, which is the Social and Rural Research Institute, IMRB survey. One of the comprehensive studies has done by them, and it specialist unit of IMRB International, where they have studied the children in the group of 6 to 13 years. The survey results clearly indicate inequality in number of out-of-school children. Children in SEDGs, I mean socially and economically disadvantaged groups, which generally includes the girls, the underprivileged classes, the BPL, and the minority in terms of religion, show a higher percentage of out-of-school children, In addition, the percentage of out-of-school children in the physically disadvantaged category is very high, and that is at 34%. So we have to work a lot on it. From this table, which is by UDICE, which is Unified District Information System for Education, right? And the chart shows, this is from 2016. The reports are similar. The chart shows total enrollment for boys and girls in different levels of education. And the second chart depicts the difference in school infrastructure in rural and urban areas. So we can see very well the divide between, gender-wise also, and the economic status and the social status also. There have been ample studies on these education equity matters. A recent study by Center for Budget and Policy Studies and India Champions for Girls Education has highlighted a worsening gender equity in education due to closure of schools during the pandemic. A non-conducive learning environment at home due to closure of schools. And I must emphasize here, with 71% of girls being engaged in household chores compared to 38% boys, has resulted in only 46% of girls being able to devote time to studies as compared to 56% of boys. 26% of girls have access to phones versus 37% of boys, so resulting in poor access to remote education. The ACER, that is the Annual Status of Education Report, Wave 1 survey has conducted a survey in the last September 2020, which found that only 61.8% of students had access to smartphone at home. This ratio is skewed towards 74.2% students in private schools compared to 56.4% in government schools. The National Achievement Survey have found that various surveys have been conducted from time to time, and they have found that there is no substantial difference in performance of children from different socio-economic groups in learning outcomes. This indicates that if equity and access to education is maintained, the students perform uniformly across the different groups. So now we have to talk of what have been the initiatives and policies for the equitable education in India. So there have been certain early steps, as we can see. One of the earliest initiatives were to examine all aspects of education in India, was to set up an education commission, which was also popularly known as Kothari Commission, in 1964. Following the submission of the report of the commission, the first national policy on education was brought out in 1968. It recommended free and compulsory education till the age of 14 and stressed on education for women in India. The policy aimed to correct regional imbalances and quality of education. National policy on education adopted by the Parliament in 1986 laid the greatest emphasis on elimination of disparities in educational system. It stressed on priority to universalization of elementary education, including universal enrollment and retention of children up to 14 years of age, and a significant improvement in quality of education. To provide equal access and equity in education, the policy proposed various measures to improve enrollment of SEDGs, including girls, minorities, SC, STs, and other backward sections of the society. The policy provision for special measures so that children of disadvantaged socioeconomic background get an opportunity to achieve success compared to those from comparatively better off sections of the society. NPE 1986 provided for a comprehensive mechanisms for incentives and support for girls and children belonging to economically weaker sections of the society, other than focusing on the other equity programs. And this was one of the major programs which was launched. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. I just want to request you to please sum up your presentation.
All right. Okay. I'll just come up with the. These were certain initiatives which were taken. I'll just quickly go through the slides. Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan, and because this I wanted to emphasize, because this was a very, very important step, right to education, which was framed in 2000, brought in 2009, and there were various other steps like Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan, and now New Education Policy 2020, which so many of us have, other participants, paper presenters have talked of. It is the latest policy framework defining the vision of education in the country, right? So I'm not talking of the impact of the policy, but I will simply just because they have studied all these things, there has been reduction in gross enrollment ratio. There have been elusive equity, right? So there is finally improvements which are needed to ensure. I will conclude after this. So you have what we have to move towards, and these are the suggested guidelines, which also have been incorporated in National Education Policy 2020. We should have motivated learners. We should have quality teaching. So of course, the improvement for the teacher and the curriculum improvements, which some of us have focused on, have to frame curriculum in regional languages. And this, for this, government is really giving a lot of impetus to all the states to frame the curriculum in regional languages to ensure that the children can imbibe knowledge easily. Local relevant curriculum is being drawn, and improvements which are needed which are suggested is to the school infrastructure, ease to access, transparent, accountable, and well-managed system of education. There has to be accountability and monitoring. Of course, use of ICT and removal of digital divide in education, counseling of parents, families, larger social community to make school enrollment normal, social and educational. And a very, very important, significant suggestion, which I have through my study want to give to the corporate and to the government also. Corporate funding to education sector, where CSR has been corporate social responsibility fund, which the companies making profits have to devote. A part of it should go to the improvement of the what you can say, the education equity. So education, I would like to conclude by this remark, is the primary mechanism to achieve social justice. Several initiatives have been taken, but further certain other initiatives, equitable education for providing them equity and accessibility, is to see that there are no individual preferences and no problem, and it has to be fixed, and opportunities for democratizing and enriching learning has to be provided. Thank you so much for being a patient listener. Thank you.
Now I would request the next presenters. There is a combined paper of Uzi Ben Shalom, Chen Hajaj, Mitsa Davidovic, and Corinne Virgil. They are from Ariel University, Israel, and their topic is online temporary learning groups in higher education, interactions, compensation, and maximization of achievements in an Israeli case study. I request the presenter to please share your presentation. And I would request Ms. Priyanka Kumari and Mr. Hemant Upadhyaya to please be ready with your presentation. I request Uzi bin Shalom to please share your presentation. I hope you can hear me. I again request Uzi Ben Shalom to please share your presentation.
Uzi is not here. His wife, she's in hospital. Can't hear. Uzi is not.
Dear participants, thanks for your patience. Now, as due to the shortage of time, we did not be able to continue with the presentation. And I'm requesting, only this is the last presentation we will be taking, and this is of Priyanka Kumari from Kalgotia University. And after that, we need to summarize, as we are thankful that you all have submitted your papers, and we have shortlisted the best paper presentation award from all the papers that we have received so far. It is around 70 papers that we have received. So Priyanka Kumari.
Yes, ma'am.
You can please share your presentation and wind up within 2 minutes only.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Hello? Hello? Hello. Ma'am, is it visible?
Yeah, ma'am, we can see your PPT.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Myself, Priyanka, and I'm from Calcutta University. My topic is, wait. My topic is ICT for pre-service and in-service teachers, implications and challenges. My co-author is my guide, Mr. Dr. Ishrat Naz. ICT is very essential in our life. ICT, information and communication technology, is the main source in the 21st century to gather correct informations. Teacher educations play a vital role in deciding the holistic development of the learner. Implementations of ICT technology is in teacher education has enhanced the quality of teacher and learning process. Kothari Commissions 1964 and 66, National Curriculum Framework 2005, all these are worked on the quality enhancement of teacher education and implementation of ICT in teacher training programs. This paper will help in exploring the need and importance of ICT for pre-service teachers and in-service teachers. In our Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tasmai Shri Guruve Namah. India is the place of worship and beliefs. This is the country of diversity, diversity of reason, religion, language, and festivals. In India, from the ancient time, the place of Guru is same as the Lord. UNESCO has defined ICT as ICT is a scientific, technological, and engineering discipline and management techniques used in handling information, its applications, and association with social, economic, and cultural matters. Now, the question is, why do we need to use ICT in teaching learning process? ICT helps teaching learning to understand, to frame better understanding, knowledge creation, accuracy, facility to store information, making teaching learning process interesting. ICT engages maximum organs of a learner and teacher. ICT motivates teacher and learner to explore informations by themselves. They do not need to depend on each other. They can serve their information by themselves. Importance of introducing ICT for pre-service teacher. Teachers are teachings to their learners from their homes on different apps like Zoom, WebEx, Google Meet, etc. This efficiency to take organized class during the pandemic time is possible just because of the knowledge of ICT. Challenges of ICT implementations for pre-service teacher. Cost, knowledge, fear, technical issue, dependency, originality, and physical health. And if it talks about in-service teachers,
I would request Priyanka to please summarize, as we are running short of time and our delivery address has some other engagements.
Okay, ma'am, I'm concluding. We can see the changes from our traditional learning to modern learning. I'm summarizing just after this PPT. As in traditional learning, teacher-centered education system are followed, and in modern learning, the learner-centered teacher learning followed. Rote memorizations are used during traditional learning, and now today's concept formation is the main objective of teacher. Teachers wants to form the concept of the learner, not just to give the stuff to learn it or to memorize it. Formal setup mandatory, but nowadays no need of formal setup.
Thank you so much. Please summarize.
Okay. So ICT is very important as we can see its impact in today. It has changed the nature of education systems, roles of the students and teacher in teaching learning process. Indian teachers have started using technology in the classroom like laptops, LCD projector, desktop, educom, smart classes, memory sticks are becoming the common media for teacher education institutions. Thank you.
So much, Priyanka.
Thank you,
And
ma'am.
I'm really sorry for the participants who could not get the chance to present, as we are running short of time and our speakers have some other engagements. So we are reaching to the valedictory address. And for this, as I told you earlier, that Professor Gopal Krishna Thakur, Professor in the Department of Education and Head Department of Psychology, Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya from Maharashtra is among us. We are fortunate that Sir was patiently listening to all the participants and we have reached to the valedictory address. I would request Professor Thakur to please summarize the event and give his valuable comments on this conference in the valedictory address and also announce the names of the best paper presentation during the conference. And I would like to tell you all that it was not only the paper presentation, it was also the paper that you said earlier. This is the papers from all the papers, so those who could not get the chance need not to be discarded because we have included the names in the awards. So thank you so much. And I would request Professor Thakur to please say few words. Professor Thakur, can you listen to me?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sangeeta ji, for this opportunity. And well, I would like to congratulate you and your institution for organizing such a wonderful international conference where I could see, I have witnessed the participation from across the globe, and people have presented their papers, well studied, well researched papers, and that's a good thing to see nowadays in the time of this pandemic era, where lots of programs are happening each and every day. There we find at least some of the good events taking place, and some of the good papers I could witness. People have definitely put in their best to prepare their paper and present them to their best level. Nothing to say more about that. I was just wondering whether I should speak first or should announce first. Because the thing is, this is a very subjective issue.
I think you should first speak. We would be best if you would say your words, then we can announce the names.
This is a very subjective issue when it comes to selecting a couple of papers out of 35 profoundly done papers. At the outset, though this is the concluding session of this conference, I would like to first extend my greetings from the land of Mahatma Gandhi and Vinoba Bhave to the organizers, Colonel Dr. A.S. Malhotra, Director General, IPEM, Dr. Nishi Sharma, Principal, IPEM, Dr. Sangeeta Solanki, yourself, the convener of this conference, Dr. Vimal Rad, one of our colleagues under Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission on Teachers and Teaching. She has done a fabulous job. I have seen her work at Khalsa College, University of Delhi. She has developed a very good lab, a very good studio where she is even outsourcing her strength and her facilities to other universities as well. I have even at times got recorded certain lectures over there. So all of you deserve lots of applaud for this wonderful event. I was just looking at the title, listening to what the presenters were saying. The presentations ranged from teachers, students' attitude towards online teaching and learning, to development of scale to measure attitude towards online teaching, to professional qualifications of teachers as an indicators of quality in education, as we could see from Sneha's paper, from educating future teachers beyond teaching, then integration of artificial intelligence in teacher education or in teaching, integration of ICT in different area, in different dimensions in teaching and education, to teaching strategies for remote learning, evaluation of emergency remote teaching during crisis, as I guess this is from Muhammad Mastan's paper. And then there were some discussions and deliberations on pedagogical content knowledge, as Dr. Hanna was expressing her thoughts over the issues. It definitely ranged from one continuum to others, and I could make out that people are thinking towards different dimensions of teacher education. This conference is named as Teacher Education Generation Next: Perspectives, Opportunities, and Challenges. So teacher education. We people belong to the field of education and deal with teacher education in our everyday professional life. And so we are concerned about that. When we are concerned about teacher education, we are concerned about the kind of education and educational processes being carried out in our society everywhere across the globe. The situation remains more or less the same. Since last 1 year, we have witnessed, due to this pandemic, a confinement within 4 walls of our homes or offices, and we have explored. This came as a blessing in disguise, our own efficiency, our own capacity to do something, even in such situation when we cannot go out. These are the issues we have explored our own capacities in last 1 year. And we have found that, yeah, we can do wonders sometimes, or not even that, at least something to console ourselves or to bring out some sort of satisfaction. But I'm worried about one thing I would like to share with you. This 1 year has witnessed lots of potential of people. We were not at all ready. All the teachers were, most of the teachers, majority of the teachers were not ready to get into the mode of the kind of teaching learning process that we are conducting nowadays. We have not, most of us have not had any sort of professional training to conduct online classes. Many of us did not even know how to use Google Meet or Zoom or Moodle or different learning management systems. But yet this phase has taught us to deal with and to use to some extent. That is good. That is fine. This 1 year has witnessed lots of digital content in the open educational resource in the website. But here comes a rider. Here comes a concern. Digital content we have seen in volumes have been created, but the validity of the digital content, the quality, many of the participants have been discussing about the quality of the education. So we have to be careful about the quality of digital content that we find nowadays in abundance before us. What to use, what not to use is the major concern when we talk of quality education. Equity was one thing that my guest, Dr. Manisha Sinha, spoke of. Very informative, very educative. But we can say we became wiser after listening to some of the, almost all the participants, but some of them caught our attention. So that is good. That is good. before I announce, because that's a formality and the screening committee has seen, we have seen, I would like to share with you some of my concerns. Time is though limited, but I am very keen to share with you all. I have witnessed, while listening to all the presenters, we have been talking about the methodology, the pedagogical methods, the content, how to be transacted. So the techniques and methods we have been discussing about. I was just wondering, we have not forgotten the incidence of the blue whale, if some of you can remember or recall blue whale. There was a software developed by some young person from far off place, and that engulfed all the adolescents of the whole world. And the adolescents started committing suicide if they were not able to, win that game, the online game. And then they were into that suicidal mode where nobody was there to keep a check on what they are doing. So these things come as some sort of side effects of this digitalization. Or I'm not letting your mind get into any negativity, but I'm just warning that is there any check on the quality or check on the kind of what we ought to learn, what we not ought to learn, what kind of education system we should develop, what as teacher educators we are meant to do, what as educators we are supposed to do. Why education? Why online teaching education? Fine, there is some restrictions, there is some confinement before us to stay at home. So online is one thing. Even face-to-face mode of teaching has taught us different things. And for years, we have been discussing about the quality of education and what education can do for society. Here, I would like to remember one technocrat from Mumbai. Sorry, I'm just sharing with you a couple of negative instances before I would go into the positivity of the things. That one technocrat from Mumbai, there was a headlines in many national newspapers that he was earning millions in the Silicon Valley of United States of America, and his mother was staying in Mumbai all alone. And since last 2-3 months, their neighbors didn't find her traces of existence. They smelled some foul, and then they called police. Police broke in the house and found that the lady had died 2-3 months back, and her body was deteriorated, decayed. And when the son was contacted over phone and asked, last time, when did you speak to your mom? He said, oh, it has been 2 years since I spoke to my mom last time. What kind of education that technocrat had got by all these digital facilities, by all these, and what kind of teachers, what kind of teacher educators we are before us? Such Gen Next are getting ready to delve into the life. I mean, these are few pictures that I'm just portraying before you to just decide that it is not just about the methodology, it is about the purpose, it is about the target, it is about the value of the outcomes of education that we wish to determine and then proceed towards them. What kind of amidst all fine elements of online education, another thing that has caught my attention is that sense of asking questions, spirit of asking question has been a bit suppressed, I find. Or maybe this is due to the overload of internet exposure before us. In Indian knowledge tradition, we have questions at the priority of the door of learning. We have war of Mahabharata, where the two sides are ready to start war, and then the question arises in Arjun's mind. He asks question to Krishna, and Krishna decides that first his questions should be answered. So questions were such important thing. In our 108 Upanishads, Prashna Upanishad is one of the most important Upanishad, where this is absolutely, completely based on the questions of the disciples, and the Guru answers those questions. So prepare your student to question, quality question. The quality of education should be determined by the quality of question that your students ask. We have to examine our process of teaching and learning. Are we able to inspire our students to ask questions, ask quality questions? As is said, that you can give a hungry man a fish for a day, you feed him for a day, but if you teach him how to fish, you feed him for lifetime. So you have to, as teachers, we all need to develop that curiosity in our students' mind, in next gen's mind, that they should be ready to ask questions. They should not hesitate. And questions just not for the sake of asking questions. Questions about the life, questions about the quality of life, society. I was just looking at one of the projects of senior secondary students of one school, who was given with all four students of his batch by his teacher to prepare a mathematical project, that if supposedly a commercial establishment is attacked by some say terrorist or something, how to evacuate that establishment without any casualty. Can your mathematics come for to help? Can your mathematics develop a model to provide some sort of solution? He was given another project to do about the traffic congestion, the morning and evening traffic congestion of that particular city. I was just wondering, shouldn't we prepare our teachers to give their students such kind of projects, to engage their students in such kinds of activities that could directly relate to the welfare of humanity, to the welfare of society? Shouldn't we be trained in doing, with the help of our own discipline of knowledge, in doing anything that should directly be helpful, fruitful to the society, to the humanity, to our lives? We have to be very conscious. Are we really teaching or learning any content, whatever we are discussing, whether those contents are genuinely for the benefits of society, or they are just for sake of shelving them in the racks of libraries? So we have to be conscious about the kind of research activities being undertaken by people in our discipline. There are issues, cultural geography, human geography, political geography, or history, civics, economics, chemistry, physics. As teacher educators, we just not need to confine to some methodologies, to some taxonomy of learning outcomes, or sort of that. We should extend now. We should span across disciplines to go to see what best we can do for our surroundings. Climate issues are there, environmental issues are there, environmental sensitivities. Teachers are now, some of the participant was saying that the teachers have to deal with now the multicultural setup of classrooms, multilingual classrooms. People are migrating from this place to that place. So the classrooms are heterogeneous, and multiculturalism, multilinguistic nature of classroom is there now. We have to ensure that our teachers are becoming linguistically intelligent. Our teachers are culturally intelligent. So cultural intelligence, linguistic intelligence, these are the things where we need to focus on. Definitely, artificial intelligence some of the participants talked about. I wished if some of the papers I could see on mixed realities, blended mixed realities, virtual realities in education. And definitely, I am sure the next time some of the participants would come with certain fine presentation of that kind. So anyway, these are the issues that we should focus on. And I had requested the organizer to limit the time. I myself have taken 5-6 more minutes extended. I had a meeting, but yeah, I was very happy to see the kind of presentation and from different parts of the globe. As the screening committee has decided, as we could see, though it would be injustice to say that this particular paper was inferior to that one or some sort of thing, but then, yeah, to some extent, there are certain indicators or certain parameters which determine which was slightly better than the other one. So in that way, what the screening committee has found, what we have found from international papers, Muhammad Mastan from the Sultanate of Oman, United Arab Emirates, and Pipit Novita from University of Bristol. These two are amongst the best international papers presenters. If Sangeeta ji would like to name their papers, that would be fine. Or if not, you are muted, Sangeeta ji. And out of the yeah, Sangeeta ji, would you like to name? And out of the national, Mohammad Mastan, I think, presented remote learning in crisis, during crisis, evaluation of emergency remote teaching during crisis. Was this the paper?
Was the evaluation of emergency remote learning?
Yes, perfectly. Evaluation of emergency remote teaching during crisis. And Pipit Novita from University of Bristol.
Educating future teachers beyond.
Yeah, educating future teachers beyond teaching. These two papers have been considered amongst all, slightly having an edge over others. And out of the national papers, very informative, very well, rich in content. We found Dr. Manisha Sinha's paper. Manisha Sinha is from Janki Devi Memorial College, University of Delhi, and her paper was on Sangeeta ji. Would you help me pronounce the exact name of the paper?
Sinha, Education Equity in India, Direction
yes,
and Challenges.
Equity, Education Equity in India. Yeah, the second last paper. And the first or second paper was of Sneha Ghosh and Tuhin Ghosh from Jadavpur University, Kolkata. And she spoke about professional qualification of teachers as indicators of quality in education. She talked about, I am missing the exact title of the paper.
So the exact title is The Quest for Quality Education, Analysis of Professional Qualification of Teachers in Schools of Basanti Block, Indian Sundarban Delta.
So I would like to congratulate the presenters, Muhammad Mastan from Sultanate of Oman, United Arab Emirates, and Pipit Novita from University of Bristol, and Dr. Manisha Sinha and Dr. Sneha Ghosh. And all the participants, all the presenters, I would like to extend my congratulations to all of you, because all of you have really presented well thought of papers. It is See, evaluating again, some of the papers have been presented on evaluation and all that. So parameters and indicators sometimes, have their own limitations. But yeah, all of you have presented very well studied, very well researched papers. And so I would definitely like to congratulate all of you. I would again like to congratulate the organizers, Sangeeta ji, Dr. Nishi Sharma ji, Principal IPEM, Professor Colonel A.S. Malhotra ji, Vimal Rad, and all the organizing members. I do not know, I mean, be missing many names because I could see all the organizers very actively conducting these sessions and very well coordinated presentations and conduction of this conference, clubbing, coordinating from different parts of the globe without any technical glitch, some sort of because of some internet error or one or two cases were there, but otherwise it went perfectly well. It went absolutely to the most of the satisfaction level. I would like to thank you all, and thanks Sangeeta ji for inviting me. If you allow,
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for being there. I would extend my congratulations to all the participants who have won the Best Paper Award. I would like to tell you all that you will be getting your e-certificate after 15 days because we have the tie-up with GAD-TLC. So we have to wait accordingly. So now I would request all the participants to please turn on your camera. And now I would request our principal, Dr. Nishi Sharma, for the formal vote of thanks.
Good evening to all. It's really a wonderful session. Good evening to all. It is really a wonderful session today. I'm really feeling honored and privileged to get this opportunity to vote of thanks on this special day. This is a proud moment for IPM Group of Institutions for organizing this international conference at global level. I'm glad to share that this is one of the biggest educational conference in Ghaziabad, India, with more than 100 participating colleges and universities from all streams of education in India and abroad. On behalf of IPM Group of Institutions, I convey my regards and sincere thanks to our chief guest, Professor Ved Prakash Sharma, from former chairman, UGC Grand Commission, Ministry of Education. I would like to thank all the distinguished speaker, Professor David. She is with us since morning and having a close observation on all the presentations. So special thanks to Professor David from Israel, Dr. Aras from Turkey, Dr. Hannah, she is also with us since morning and still she is here. So thank you, Hannah, for being here for such a long time. Professor Bakshi, Professor Vimal, and Gopal sir, Gopal Thakur sir from India. On this conference, the Faculty of Center for Teacher Education, IPM, and other participating universities and colleges got a lot of things out of this conference, and which will help certainly informing our curriculum and related strategies. I would like to thank the management of IPM, core committee members, technical team, faculty members, and students who have put their effort in making this event successful. And all the papers which we have received are of very good quality, and it is very difficult to say that the winners are they have a very margin between the winners, but still we have announced the names of the winners. My congratulations to Mohammad Mustan, Pipit Novita, Anisha Sinha, and Sneha Ghosh, who have got this webinar presentations, and you definitely get an extra certificate for that. And for winning this presentation, and in the end, my sincere thanks to the Ministry of Education for their collaboration, and also all the participating universities and colleges from India and abroad. So thank you everyone for making this event successful. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for joining the event. I would request all of you to kindly fill the forms that are given in the list, that link. Please, these are the forms which are required by GAD-TLC. So then only you will get a certificate. So you have to make sure that you have filled the Google form for the registration as well as the feedback form. And thank you all for joining the event. Hope to see you in the next upcoming events. Thank you for being there for patiently.